Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we finished our Zeal build, and it's been an absolute fun experience. And today, we'll have to push this into a Divine Lance version, which means begin a bit with Zeal here, get a few more points into our war plan, and then we're gonna full send it on the Divine Lance, which is similar to Zeal, but not the same, but similar. So, it's gonna be very interesting. Let's start schnizzling a few people. Oh, wrong world tier, actually. And get like a few more points of loot, gear, things. Because I will have to get a one-handed weapon. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do some. I mean, we can do Torment 12 with this one, but I'll be fair, Torment 11 just feels so much better on the Paladin. Briscoe. Good morning, partner. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're excited. Hope you're looking forward to this. Actually, quite excited. It says enemies impaled by the first strike of Divine Lance take 260% increased damage from Divine Lance subsequent hits. Briscoe, how does the Diablo off meta building go? Honestly, quite good. I mean, this is here my Divine Lance bit, my Zeal build, where you pretty much just stack your Zeal thingies up and then you just run around and everything just dies while you're running around. So this one is just pure love, as we can just really zoom forward and just snabble everything into pieces. Probably just from gameplay perspective, one of my more favorite ones. But the Divine Lance Paladin is probably going to be the stronger version of this, right? This is like the fun speed version that is really simple to put together because you don't need to take care of any resource. I mean, my life is my resource and my life can be healed really easily. So it's absolutely not a problem to kind of have this build whooped out. But now with the other build, we're going to have our resource be our resource. So we'll have to like take care of that one again. It's going to be a bit of a different play style. For sure. Oh, well, you know, we'll get there. Oh, hello? I'm not terribly worried about anything. But what I want to see is like that Torment 12 Mephisto kill with the Divine Lance. It's gonna be our real deal pleasure. I know it should be possible. With the Cry Rune on? I have the Cry Rune on. Make sure we vortex every 3 seconds. Oh, Whisper of the Dead has leveled up. Love that. Love the Unbugged Rogue. Honestly, Unbugged Rogue was one of my more favorite builds this season. I'm just sad that a lot of the other builds are plagued by the bugs, so it's not really worth it to investigate them. I would like to see like more rogue poison builds, because I think poison's like super cool. Any kind of damage over time is honestly super cool. So that's definitely something that I'd like to see more. I mean, there's also a Necromancer damage over time build that Mr. Macrobio Boy just put out. So I'll definitely have to look into that one as well, because being able to play Necro potentially with damage over time again sounds almost too good to be true. That's something to keep on the radar. Okay, we need in total 200, 500, 750 cinders. That's gonna be a hot minute. Raise from Japan, Kevjin. Do I have that correct? Love your guides. Well, appreciate that, Kev. Hope you're also looking forward to the Beast of Reincarnation. Then we get some other games in August coming. We get the Gamescom with Pals of Exile. I am so excited for that one. And whatever's going to be announced at Gamescom, to be honest, because like let's not pretend Gamescom is always like a lot of announcement for things. Oh, that reminds me, I need to tweet at No Rest for the Wicked to make sure if Thomas is actually there. It's gonna be intriguing. What kind of state is Diablo in right now? Honestly, the latest patch saved the season. So the season was already better due to the removing of the craft attack, which kind of diminish the fun that you could have. But now with the latest edition, the seasonal caches will give you keys. And as you can see here right now, I'm sitting at 55 superior layer keys, and that's even not the most I have, and that's not even the most I can farm. So I can get so many more of these, and that's just, yeah, like it's so much more fun because I actually have access to mythics, right? I need a mythics light rebuke today, and before these updates, it would have been like a grueling task today to actually farm that mythic light rebuke. But due to the updates, like farming that mythical lights rebuke will be cakewalk, to be honest. Like not even challenging, right? And well, I mean, we still have to put in the effort, right? But it's just in comparison, it's going to be so much more convenient to play around with. Spiritborn Poison goes hard. Spiritborn Poison goes hard, but I'm just so saddened that it's all a bug, right? So Spiritborn Poison only works because of the Zik bug. And if you're not using the Zik bug, you're not going to have fun in Torment 12 in the long run. You're not going to be getting pits. You're not going to get Torment 12 Mephisto. So it's like, yeah, it goes hard. However, we're using that Mayor Awful bug to make things work. I kind of feel like a lot of the creators are still like not telling their community that they're actually abusing that bug. Like I've seen some build guides where it's literally not mentioned that there is a bug involved, but the creator is using the Zik rune. And I'm like, how does that make sense to show off the build when you don't even tell people that most of your strength is from a bug, right? How do you make a build like that, right? Like, hey, we're going to tell you like only 50% of the build. Surprise. We're really stuck into Pelwell right now. Honestly, this season is going to go on for another 8 weeks. So don't worry. If you're sucked into Pelwell right now, stay sucked into Pelworld, right? You get all the time in the world. This is not running anywhere. I mean, we might get the season 15 PDR in August somewhere. Like, we should get it in August somewhere. Probably like hopefully second week of August, not first week of August. That would be disastrous for me right now. But yeah, we get the PDR. So that's going to be like kind of interesting to see what we can do with that. And then we'll have to, you know, wait until mid of September, I think. Mid of September is kind of like the Diablo season. They're almost at 500 cinders. That is like an amazing push. So the issue is we're going to have to get like these cinders here quickly, right? Then we have to get the chest, but we also have to come back here in a second, right? So we're going to have to kill like 2 bosses and then come back. I'll be stuck at Kingos. When was Mortal Shell 2 release again? I know Beast of Reincarnation is 4th of August, and I'm super ready for it. But when was Mortal Shell 2 again? So I haven't played the beta of that one. We're going to see the build. Shark, we have the planner already made for the Paladin. Let me see. Paladin Hub. I can get you the planner, but there's no video yet. Here. The planner. 20th August. Yeah, we're probably going to have to start with Mortal Shell 2. Everything is in August. Yeah, but Beast of Reincarnation is at least early August. Then we have like Gamescom, obviously from August like 25th or 26th on. So that's good. I mean, I'm anyways just going like for 1 or 2 days. Not really much. Like I just have like the Path of Exile thing to do, and then I have a I might actually have worked this year at Gamescom. It's kind of cool. One-handed swords, fantastic. Why? Those we're gonna turn into mythics. Those one-handed swords will be turned into mythics. Because we're looking to get ourselves that Light's Rebuke. I mean, I'm not going to play without the main weapon and mythical on the Paladin, as they're so easy to get. Whee! Gotta move a bit because moving makes our things work. So now we have to go back to the Helltide. You know, but that's what I said. Like, we get to start in the Helltide, then we get to go back to the Helltide, and then we get a preferable, like, do 2 Helltides in a row extremely quick, which I doubt we can do, but we'll have to see. And then we can start building the Divine Lands build. So, Donde Estella, there's the chest. Oh, world event? How often have we not done a world event this season? The answer is like not at all. I literally have avoided world events like the plague. I don't know. There used to be like something you actually do, right? But they have really developed into don't touch. Ain't nobody get time for this. Does it mean every piece can be turned into mythic in season 15? No, the difference in season 15 to the current season is that when you turn something into a mythic in season 15, it is actually going to turn said item. So, for example, I have my, I have this here, Seal of the Second Trumpet. It will exactly turn this Seal of the Second Trumpet with the fist damage, with the resource generation and the attack speed into a mythic, and not just into a random mythic with random stats. So it's an actual upgrade to mythic in season 15, which is interesting because, I mean, super quick path to power. Not entirely sure how I feel about this because it's going to be a really quick path to power. And if that's actually too much, right? Is that too easy? Is that too simple? I don't know, right? I cannot feasibly tell you how it will really turn out, like how that will go down on the game feel. I have to see. Oh, face burned. But hey, I'm like, you know, I'm positive. And on top of this mythic upgrade being a thing, well, so the first thing I like about that mythic upgrade being a thing is that it actually is finally something that stays in the game. Blizzard has now been very adamant on just removing things from the game, right? They add something in the season, but then they don't even bother keeping it, right? That's like, you added just so many cool things, and then you just decided, no, I mean, we don't want to keep this in the game, despite everyone being like, yeah, this is amazing, please keep this in the game, right? And they're like, nah, not happening. We're not keeping this in the game. So you're like, but Blizzard. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I mean, the Reaper and Zarbinzet is obviously meant to stay as well, right? That one is now permanent. However, like, where do we, like, are the sources of superior lair keys, for example, staying? Are the portals staying? That would be intriguing to know. Because, like, the Death Toll Chamber with the portals in the Helltide is actually a fun thing. So that was a great addition. So all in all, like, keeping the Death Toll Chamber would probably be nice. You can have a full set of gear mythic if then you have only uniques. So King Ghostwolf, you can turn uniques into mythics, but you can't turn normal gear into mythics. So I cannot turn my glove with an aspect into mythic. So that is still not an option. So it's targeted uniques. Which means you could wear a full set of mythics. Yes, indeed, you could. Okie dokie. As we were checking. Okay, I see. I don't think I'm going to get 250 together. But I'm hoping that I'm getting invaded here in a second. And also on solving this here little turnaround duty. I usually get invaded by... Does this character have the Hell Tide? I got maggots already. You know what? I could try to ride for maggots. Yeah. As we know, there is a maggot spawn here. Nice. By the way, chat, I changed some sound settings on my game, and I wanted to ask you if the Diablo 4 sounds sound better now. Like, maybe they're a bit quieter. Do I have to make them louder? Because I tried to, like, work a bit against the weirdness, and I did a lot of sound settings different. I'm not sure if it actually succeeded. Made this better for your ears. But do please tell me. Have you tried making a shield charge paladin? No, because it's boring. Not boring, but very shitty to play. Because you're gonna go bop, 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 bop. I understand why people like it, but for me, it's just downright horrible. Makes me want to vomit projectiles, you know? That's how much I am not enjoying the back and forth bibbity bouncing. Okay, we get this one. That's great because more drop from the Reaper. We get that one for the Roots of Power. We get the Hell Tide for the trophies. Okay. This means now we got official Reaper slaying business, ladies and gentlemen. So we don't need those helmets. They can both go away. We don't need the... Actually, we wanted to keep the weapon because that one was insane. Like, honestly. The fuck? I can make the game a bit louder. That's not the point. It's just like I lowered a bit. I don't know. Like I changed some settings to make the whole sound sphere just not so distorted. Hopefully. I went through ARPG discovery phase a couple of years ago when D4 came out, trying out various games. I just spent good enough time in them, probably 1K hours between the three. But they never quite stuck. Was wondering what you considered the main draw to the genre for enjoyers. I think the main draw is different. Things humans do from person to person. I like the puzzle part of ARPGs. So for me, it's not about the flashy lights, the monster slaying, and that kind of stuff. That's just bonus. I like the part of finding skills, making builds, and making builds work. Solving the problem step by step, right? So defense, resource, damage. How do I kill a boss? How do I push the respective content, right? So, like, ARPGs are a big puzzle with many layers, and by optimizing and making the most out of these layers, you'll just have more fun and a better experience. And since these ARPGs are somewhat convoluted at times, it is very fun to explain these things, right? That's what's the main draw for me. Now, I think other people enjoy the power fantasy of starting weak and becoming strong, right? That's cool. Also, slaying hordes of monsters is fun. But I couldn't guess to know why everyone enjoys ARPGs in their singular, right? Why you are enjoying it. I mean, these are the reasons why I enjoy it. Aggie, find it a nice variation from Whirlwind Barb. Aggie, absolutely. That's why these kind of builds are still cool. As you say, like a shield charge. It's personally not my cup of tea. It's not my play style. But it's cool that you can make it work. You know? I can totally see it, humans, that you didn't stuck with ARPGs because, let's be fair, in their core, ARPGs are a very boring, repetitive gameplay loop. No matter which ARPG you take, this is not exclusive to Path of Exile, PUBG, Diablo, Last Epoch, or whatever. In their core, ARPGs are very repetitive and technically very boring because it's the same and the same and the same and the same, but there's some spice to it. End of the day, they're a giant slot machine where you go like ba-boom, 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 right? And you get your daily dose of gambling in when you're killing bosses and you're seeing flashy numbers and you're getting cool loot or not cool loot. And then you just have more fun. I mean, each of us choose their vices different, and it's one of ours, I guess. Ardendel's something good in Season 15. Well, we'll see. I mean, they can't be doing worse than they did in Season 14, so... Well, I can't argue I like the gamble. No one can argue that, right? You kill a boss and it's loot piata, and then do greater affix, mythic, not mythic, that kind of stuff. I mean, that's the spice. That's where it gets crazy. So totally understandable if you're actually then enjoying that. So trying to get like a good seal here. 1, 2, 3. It's so hard to get the good ones with +1. Yeah, I'm currently using one from a different, right? With 18% more damage because that's just a huge boost. Things humans do. Thank you for the gifted sub. It's very kind of you. Congratulations to Undertaker who received it. An amulet with 2 greater affixes. Random Sanctus of Cathamar. Never planning to play that one. Any tips how to hunt for GA gear red box bosses? Killing bosses preferable with activity here, Lair of Plenty, double up. Because this is +2 boss power, and the amount of loot that these bosses drop is actually significant, right? So if you kill like greater lair bosses over and over and over again, you will get a significant amount of greater affix items, double greater affix, triple greater affix, and that kind of stuff. CJ, the not random mythic upgrade is Season 15. In Season 14, it will stay random. Reaper might be like single-handedly one of the more annoying bosses to kill. If you don't like just literally poop on her in stanches as we do with our other builds, right? Then she's just like such a terrible design. Because she actually jumps around and doesn't let you kill her, right? For example, the second one here, oh, that's a helm, and that's a helm, Jesus fucking Christ. So the second one here is the most important because we're getting double layer chest. That just makes everyone better. Okay, we get 2 helms, a Crown of Lucian, and we get ourselves a Ear of Perdition, which we'll never need. But that Ear of Perdition does actually have good stats, so I kind of like that. This one has a max life and resource cost reduction. You know what? We might actually take this one over the other one because it does have the resource cost reduction, and that would come extremely handy for what we're doing. Might actually have to try to get double chests because if I want, like, I'm here gathering Pandemonium fragments right now, so I'm actually not out to do anything else, just Pandemonium fragments, right? So I need that. Only one chest is gonna be annoying. Oh, damn. Sword? And it's Eldrin's. It's an Eldrin's. Damn. Damn, that's the perfect Eldrin's. Damn. Ah, shit me not. The sad part is that we just do not need this at all for anything. Right, it's like, yeah, I mean, this is cool, and we get now 3, like, in no time, but I really, really don't need this for anything. Chihuahua. It's not so good. That's a soul brand. Let's take one of these swords, upgrade to Mythic, because we're trying to get a Gate of the Red Dawn. A sword would upgrade to a shield. Cool. Wow. It would really upgrade to shields, huh? That's pretty upsetty spaghetti. I'm gonna say that. Not my cup of tea.
That's it for that piece.
One would assume that the one-handed thingies stay the one-handed thingies, right? Not on my watch, chat. Not on my watch. Can I actually wait to start the other build? Because then we don't have to stack our Crown of Lucian anymore. Because right now this build has like one weakness. And that is we have to actively look how we stack the Crown of Lucian. You know? Got 3 mythics in 2 chests. Yep. I mean, her mythic drop rate is crazy. See, like that like how many mythics have I now gotten in like that? That was 3 chests open and 5 mythics. I mean, obviously I might just not get any in quite some now, but still the drop rate has just been otherworldly. I mean, I don't need any of these, which is the sad part. So we're getting all of this just to not use it. But I guess it is what it is. When at least I get them and I can work towards what I'm looking for. And I got 55 keys, so it's not like we're lacking. And every kill of her does actually push you further to more keys. Because killing her gives you glints of hope, right? And if you then kill her often enough, you get more glints of hope. Okay, let's just get our cool, you know, let's get our cool divine lance thingy so we can do more damage. And we can't die here. We need to like move around. Okay, what do we get? What should go for us? A mythical seal as well. See, also a signet with 4 greater affixes is obviously incredible. Which mythical seal is it? The 3 unique charm one. I'm actually planning a bit with this, by the way. Just not on Paladin. Just not on Paladin. On Druid, we're planning a build with this. Okay, did we not have a sword here? Thousand Eye Reaver again. Jesus Christ. You would think like, so for Paladin, it was really easy to get a 2-handed weapon, right? You're looking for all the Paladin loot. It can only get like 2, Red Sermon and another one. But this one can actually get like Light's Rebuke. We can get Sunbrand, Herald Morningstar, 2 shields, that's 5. Grizzled Opus 6. Supplication 7. Oh damn. It's going to be a harsh day to actually get that together, but I'm all here. We can do this. Okay, crit damage, max life strength, and resistance. Technically a terrible ring because it really doesn't do anything. Practically for hardcore, probably a good one, right? Let's say supplication. A 3 unique charm Paladin, maybe. No, Paladin doesn't profit from it that much. Paladin, there are not many cool uniques that help Paladin to do what he does. It's actually a real problem. Like, also, for example, this Fervor build requires the 5-set bonus. Because without the 5-set bonus, it just falls apart. For example, Druid is a bit different because the 5-set is currently bugged, the Earth Mother. Which gives you the unique opportunity to actually try to use that set, because you just know that if your 5-set bonus is Borkin, then it might not even bother to play around with it, right? Oh, by the way, chat, did you see that a Darkest Dungeon is getting a new DLC? Like, what the fuck? Out of nowhere. Darkest Dungeon. Just getting a new DLC. Oh, not a single mythic. Scam. Chat, not a single mythic. Wow. Wow. Was it Darkest Dungeon 1 or Darkest Dungeon 2? I think Darkest Dungeon 1. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon gets a new DLC, and it's called The Fire's Edge. And they're actually adding from Darkest Dungeon 2 the Outcast to the game. Which is kind of funny, because the Outcast is actually pretty cool. Okay, you know what the great advantage of this is? We're just stacking up here on charms. Right? We're just going to stack up on this like there's no tomorrow. Would actually be worth it to like revisit Darkest Dungeon 1 at that point. Okay, next one. Sunbrand. That's the wrong flail. There are two flails, and we just received the wrong one. I mean, we're gathering this one here because the shot of the Horadric will be needed for something down the line. I have Zeal Paladin as my main and just wanted to try Barb to compare. It took me one day on my Barb to double my Paladin's damage. Oh yeah, I mean, Barb is a no-brainer, sir. Like, you just have to treat Barb as silly. Honestly, you can't look at Barb and be serious about it. I don't know how to say this otherwise, right? Like, when you look at Barb, you just know it's going to be silly shit. I'm sorry for every Barb player that just doesn't know that, right? This is how I'm personally looking at Barbarian. I just know it's stupid. I just know it's going to be overtuned. I just know it's going to be unfair comparison to others. And any Barb player saying, but there was a season where we weren't strong. Bullshit. Bullshit. Barb's been canonically always stupid. Every single goddamn time. All Barbs use 7 mythics that are all good. Well, Barb also has all the slots to use all these items, Rado. And that's the bullshit. The simple fact that Barb can use all these items because he does have all the slots available. That's the silly part. Honestly, if we get like a normal, we get like a mythic, like a non-mythic version of our flail, we could already start doing the divine lance, at least in its base setup. Yeah, we should, you know what? We should probably work on that. Just get the normal flail. How many? I get 2,000 ovals. Should be possible. It's gonna be interesting. Eight star cube. Barbara's insane about multipliers. Zeal Paladin feels kind of how the game should be, Mo. Evis. Yeah. I mean, like something like Paladin, something like Necro, just teaches you how Diablo is actually meant to feel. Right? That's realistic Diablo compared to unrealistic silly Diablo when you play some of the overtune stuff. It's the best way how I can describe it. Come on. You know, the sad part is this 3-to-1 transmute is just burning through so much money that we could have had. Fortress animation. I mean, the stupid part is that we're kind of forced to play Fortress, right? Okay, let's see. So in our build, we would be pulling out all the points out of Zeal. And then instead put them into Divine Lands. And we need to pull points out of that again completely. Killing enemies reduces the cost of your next Divine Lands. Divine Lands deals damage. Successive hits with the same target. Yeah, probably. And then we get the Rally skill that we're going to be using for Faith Generation. Probably Word of Sacrifice. I'm not sure if we need Rally because I don't want to use Rally to make ourselves resource. Because you can just stack Rally on top of you instead of like using it the way we're using it. I have to see if that's worth or not. Oh. So what we also need is a Ring of Starless Skies, and sadly we don't have a better one. So this one is like the weird one out that we have with like intelligence on it. That one is going to... What temper do we have? We probably need a Lucky Hit Chance temper. I mean, what Lucky Hit Chance does the Divine Lands have? Divine Lands has 6% too. And optimally, we would just reduce our resource costs so much that it's like silly goose makes silly goose. For the best way to look at it. Because right now we're having like this Crown of Lucian. Okay, second Crown of Lucian, chat. And we're going to use this instead of the current one Crown of Lucian that we have. Because that Crown of Lucian here that we have also has a resource cost reduction. Which does actually work well with what we're doing. And we got max life, impairment into armor. It'd actually be cooldown, but I think armor would be better. Wow, we're really not getting armor. We can roll armor. You can. Cool. Oh, I guess resistance to all elements. Who wanted armor anyways, chat? Not me. Now wait, before we masterwork this. Got a resolve stack. Maximum resolve stack. I also let you reroll stats on uniques. No, I think the enchanting unique stat is absolutely legit, and doing more would be not good for the game. The way how our uniques are currently, I think, is very nicely set up. You have to find one that has 3 good stats, and the 4th one can be rerolled, and that's fine. Sometimes you have to have like 1 okay stat. I mean, 2 of the stats are anyways fixed, so that's that. I feel like doing more would be in any way beneficial. Okay, come on, hit the resolve. Hit the resolve. Okay, now you're just making fun of me. No? Okay, sir. Thank you. Then we get Rally instead of the Holy Light Aura. Because what's currently going to be going on is that we get the resource cost reduction with our Ring of Starless Skies, right? That's 50% down. So if we didn't have the Crown of Lucian running, we would be at 25, right? And if we then spam the whole thing... Right, you would go down to 12 resource cost. But if you play this one here, the Crown of Lucian, then the going down is also a going up. Alright, so you'd be sitting at 32. 30. 30 is the highest version we'd be sitting at. Get this resource cost reduction here as well. I wonder... Armor is good. Armor's beyond good, Jesus Christ.
Goodbye.
Let's transfigure this bad boy here. We got total armor on top, Jesus Christ. That's actually really useful. So if we take the thing he has resource generation, right? Which is actually sad. We take this one and we would go for resource cost reduction on it as well. So we get that up. Like what, 12 and a half, correct? We'll be cutting like that 21 resource even further if you then ever hit it at max. Probably the most frustrating process of like upgrading items, because it either is like it's a hit or it's a dud. There's nothing in between.
Anyone asks me, tell them it's from Scorebox.
Oh. That would bring us down to 19 resource.
Fresh ingredients. Ancient
Find
recipes.
scraps, another 500. We're to farm some gold today. How come other classes' main stat on gear doesn't work even though the stat would normally have implicit effect? What do you mean? Other classes' main stat works, but each main stat does something different. Strength does armor, intelligence does resistance, willpower does healing received, and resource generation, and dexterity does dodge chance. This brings the resource cost down to 26, almost manageable. I wish I could get away with not needing rally right now. What we could, we need T-bolts. We got yesterday one. Where is it? Ah, here. See, we yesterday got a killer T-bolts will. It's actually insane how good that one is.
Welcome to my home away from home.
This one has everything. You gotta just re-roll the potion capacity into not potion capacity. Look at that one. That's like the most insane T-bolts will I've ever seen.
It has been a pleasure.
Now that will cost us defense though, but we're getting a shield as defense, so that should be fine. By the way, chat, have you ever first time tempered and gotten +4? I re-rolled it. Chicken. That's what you're talking about. Because the main stat belongs to the other class. It's a bit weird how that is made, chicken. So obviously the intelligence should work because you still have intelligence, right? But for some reason, Diablo's rolling that weird. So yes, you are indeed correct. Diablo is being exceedingly weird on that one. Okay, with this resource generation, whenever I become unstoppable,
Like the eyes of like
we are having more resource generation. And technically, we're always unstoppable.
keep your treasures close.
What does that mean? What do we have here? We had... Oh, wait, Neoqueen. Because as soon as we're inside the fortress, we're unstoppable. See how my resource just goes up now? Without me actually doing anything. We good? Okay, but that's as long as castle is running, right? Got cooldown reduction, and this one has cooldown reduction. As long as castle is running, we're good. I wonder if an item with face per second would help us to balance this. But I don't think so. I wonder if Griswold's Opus would be useful, but probably not. Okay, we get the rally up. The rally is stacking. And this is moving in good direction so far. I like what I see here. I don't think I need the fortified drain raid, so that's interesting, but I guess it doesn't hurt to also have it. What we need is Light's Rebuke now. So we gotta go for flails, not maces. Right, Light's Rebuke is a flail.
It's an eggnog. It's worth something. Not much, but something.
I'll be swinging away.
Now remove the affixes. Upgrade to unique, and that's a Light Rebuke. Sunbrand. So that technically here our little powerful tool of mass destruction. It's not a good one, but it'll do. And we're gonna get on it probably critical strike chance. Most crit chance are we sitting at? Oh, I forget that this one is actually not getting the bonus crit chance like the other one does, huh? 86.3. Oh shit, I just crit chances the Sunbrand because why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I crit chance the Sunbrand Chan? So the interesting part is we can now use a shield, right? I haven't actually used a shield before. Not waste too many resources on this little thing here. To reroll the damage over time. That does nothing, but the holy damage does also nothing, right? That's useless. And do I have a shield? I mean, I kept foci, but I never kept a shield. That's not true. I have a shield. Storm Shield of Decay, but that's not a shield. That's actually an Ancestral Legendary Shield. Interesting. Let's see if I can focus reroll the core stat. Because it has cooldown reduction, right? It has crit chance. It actually does work. We're going to focus reroll the core stat and bring that into strength. And then we're going to focus reroll probably the defensive aspect until we see damage reduction. Yeah, see? Look at this. And suddenly, we actually have a decent shield. Okay, let's not roll too much on this one. We can perfect it later on. Just want to see it for now. So the interesting part is that with the bonus block chance that we're getting is actually going to make us quite tanky. Oh, not cooldown reduction. I need to hit the damage reduction, right?
Tell them it's from Skovos.
It's 23%. Jumbo, you're not getting your set pieces. Dude, set pieces can be so frustrating to get. I usually spam Undercity to get those, so just as an FYI, that's what I personally do. Okay, let's see about that now. How many unique Slay does Pally have? 2. But he has generally like 10 like one-handed weapons, so it's like getting this one in Mythic is harder than I thought it would be. Multiple training dummies. We get the damage instantly though. There's like easy billions, Chad. The damage is actually surprisingly nice. As long as this one is up, I can actually just hold down the button. I like the damage I see here. I like the damage I see here so far. Let's go to our Reaper. See how that goes. Yeah, see, like, exactly. If you roll shields, that can, like, one-handed weaponry is one-handed weaponry. And the outcome can be stupid. But, I mean, the damage is vastly higher than the... than the rally, as you can see. Actually really interesting. The biggest advantage is that I'm finally just stacking my Crown of Lucian. So Crown of Lucian is actually 6 times 9.8 damage. And that's a significant damage boost. So that's 60%, it's permanently up. This is 20% as well, right? And that's 50% here. I didn't even get my aspect on my shield, so I completely like just kind of bonked that. Okay, you notice how the damage is higher than the Zeal? Problem is, already, you need the Ring of Starless Skies to actually make it properly work, right? You need the T-Bald's Will. So this is like, in comparison, I believe it's way harder to pull this off. I should take this one and put the Penitent on. Because that's also another crit chance. Because this is like, what was it? 12.5 bonus crit chance, and we're sitting here at 52, so we're kind of like sitting at 100% crit chance. Okay, let's take the sword, upgrade to Mythic, Butcher's Cleaver. See, like, we're going to get like a lot of these outcomes where we're just like, what the fuck? Zeal and Lucian is so annoying. Well, the only problem that this one has is comparable, that you need to be unstoppable. Because otherwise you'll have to spam Rally on top of what you're doing. So like right now I am not unstoppable, so I kind of have to tap the Rally button in between. But honestly, tapping the Rally button in between is definitely not as annoying as having to make sure that you're using things in the right way. And as you notice, we are doing more damage. Now, is the question rather if we wanted to Griswold's Opus or not? I mean, this gives us Berserking. Berserking is 100% bonus damage, and we're getting Berserking, which is also movement speed. Oh, nice. Two uniques that we don't need, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, that's only one unique that we don't need. I wish this one was useful in some way. That'd be so good. Sadly, it's not useful, so it's not so good. What do you think about Fist of Fate Mythic for Divine Lands? I mean, get me a Fist of Fate Mythic that's very highly rolled, and then I'll take it. And that's where the problems begin, right? How are you going to get me a Fist of Fate Mythic that's very highly rolled? Because you can't. Crafted? Unlikely. I mean, see, my gloves have like crit damage, fist damage, crit chance. Like, my gloves aren't even good. So I can make extreme good gloves with barely any effort while making a very good... while making a very good... Come on, say it. It's complete RNG. Fist of Fate. What's the top build other than the glitched rogue? I think Druid about... Barbarian is sitting at pit 150, right? I mean, still cell phone Barb is 147. And if you go for normal, it's actually sitting at 149. Torque also really close. Also here. I mean, you know, things are like everyone is close to 150. Kind of cool to see. I mean, everyone apart from the classes that are not, which are quite some. Sadness. See, alone in my inventory for the people asking how many items does Paladin have that are not like they're one-handed weapons? I have Morningstar, Sunbrand, and Shard of Varathiel, right? All of these are one-handed weapons. And I'm just trying to get a Light's Rebuke, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that is super fucking lucky. Not gonna lie. The damage gain is insane because it says enemies impaled by the first strike of Divine Lands take 195% more damage. And now instead of 195% more damage, right? It is 265% more damage. That's like, it's a lot. What's your favorite build right now? I hate to say it, but my Barbarian. That is also going to get a video, don't worry. So the Barb, like, it has just been, like, Barb, the problem is, so I hate Barb because it's so good, but it's so much fun to play. But I hate it. I hate that it's so much fun to play, right? I am upset that it's so much fun to play. I am genuinely not okay with how good Barb is, and I hate that Barb is so good as it is. And I hope Barb dies in a trench. God damn it. Right? Barb annoys me to no end. My hatred to Barb knows no bounds.
Been a pleasure.
I don't know how otherwise to say it. Yeah, it's really, the Barb is very good. It's upsetting how good it is. Okay, we got this little bad boy here. We're seeing the damage for this Reaper right now. Let's actually see how much higher it is going to be. I really wonder how high the damage can scale, right? When you have all the pieces together, when you have the Avengers assembled. I like how I wasted all my resources too on like getting that thing here to just not need it anymore. Okay, let's kick the Reaper's butt one more time. I gotta Bleed Whirlwind Barb, super fun to play. But I gotta say, like, all these off-meta builds are also brilliant. Like, I don't hate this Paladin, right? This Paladin is just super, super brilliant. I wonder if we could put, like, the one board away that gives me cooldown reduction for moving around. I wonder if I could really avoid using that. That would make me super happy. 'Cause right now, we get a board. It's this one here. So you get... While moving for 2 seconds after, you deal 80% increased damage and have 30% cooldown reduction. That one is amazing, but it's just so annoying. Right? Because you're kind of like forced to constantly move, or you're missing out on 80% damage, and 80% damage is ×2. Right? That's not like a little damage that you're missing out on. You're missing out on ×2 damage. Duh. That's a little bit. I heard Paladin was kind of bad, Anonymous. Well, Paladin is weak and needs a buff. So no, Paladin is not fixed. But Paladin is not bad, right? You just need to know what you're not able to do. So are you able to kill Torment 12 Mephisto in milliseconds? No. No, you're not. No matter what build you use, right? Not going to be able to kill in milliseconds. You're not that guy. But you're still plenty strong. You can do cool things. Again, playing Paladin, it's like playing a reasonable version of Diablo. Let's do a pit 100, and so the highest we did yesterday was 115. Let's start with a 110 just to see how that vibes. How that jives. Now you definitely want to pull everyone together. The damage is higher. There's like no questions asked. I love that the lands is like having a forward momentum consistently, right? They're pretty much poking forward. And these dudes have reprisal. It's almost about to kill me. I'm genuinely surprised how we're... Oh, that was 220 billion. Damn, nice hit. Funny there. That guy should have killed me, like, due to the poison multiple times over already. Transfigure 25% poison damage on your bow. Oh, I forget to transfigure my Light's Rebuke. Thank you for reminding me. I totally do that. You know what? It would be great if this had like another way to become unstoppable. If I could find an automatized way to become unstoppable. Is there a way to do that? Right now, again, my biggest upset is that I have to press like my rally button every now and then, and I really don't want to press my rally button, chat. Right? I just don't want to. So how can I find a way that I don't have to press that now? Like, honestly, when my castle is up, it's irrelevant. We don't have to press it. So like here, castle up, right? I'm just holding down my right mouse button and we're just destroying everything. But if I lose my castle and my unstoppable is gone, and I gotta every now and then hit that rally button. Okay, if you have all seen our Zeal build yesterday, I mean, this one feels similar. You're definitely gonna get both Paladin builds, by the way, because I feel like this is mandatory. I use Igni Nerve for Unstoppable, Shirodo. Shirodo, you beautiful gentleman. Okay, this was so much faster than the Zeal build for this one. Jesus Christ. We demonized this one. That was cool. I mean, considering that my glyphs are all not 100 yet. Okay, so I still have to do quite some leveling up here. Right? So we have a reason to push to get all of this up. Okay, use Igni Nur. What does Nur do? See, Nur gives us... I wonder. Not bad. Definitely. T-Bolt's will. No, I play T-Bolt's will Pans. I don't need a charm, Justin. Charm would be bad. Pans is better. Which build do you like more? The Zeal? I like the Zeal aesthetically more, but the Pokey build Cognac is gameplay-wise better to play. Let's see what else we got. Kel. I mean, technically we could do Kel, invoke the Paladin's rally skill, gaining resource and movement speed for 8 seconds. So technically we could stack that just automatic. And we could also use Ya. Wouldn't Ya be better? But it would force me to evade. I don't like Nur because 600 offering. 600 offering, the only way to trigger this, realistically, as you say. I mean, if I use a Yule for that one, right? Yule is, or if I use a Tum, that would be 600 divided by 25. That's like 24 skill casts before you get it. Kel is bucked. It's unhindered, not unstoppable. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. But what are you triggering Nur with Igni? But Igni gives you... Igni is 0.3 seconds. Stores offering every 0.3 seconds. Cast non-basic skill to gain stored offering. How much offering did it store again? It stored 25... Oh, I need to read it again. Igni stores 25 offerings, so that's 75 offering per second. Right? 75 per second, roughly. That's still... too many times. I mean, you could technically use Neo, but that would also be every 6 seconds. What's with Sir? Sir would be every 6 seconds, right? Shouldn't Sir be more reliable? Like, if we just think about it, just in general. If we just take Sir. Now, travel distance has a problem because, again, you need to travel. So if you're then not traveling around a boss, it's going to feel kind of awkward. Jinkus, travel distance feels better for things like buffs that you don't need in a current moment. I don't know how to otherwise say that. So, like, if I, for example, the critical strike damage thingy. So I just teleport forward, I dash forward, right? I get the critical strike chance, and then I just keep moving, get the critical strike chance. It just needs, like, so low to trigger. But if you take, like, a big triggering one that needs a lot to trigger, it just often feels bad. Let's try Sir. We have Sir Vortex currently. We kick out... We take Neo. Full Vortex instead. And then we play Sir Nur. And see how that jives. Is that Bridget? It's one of the skins here. One of the Overwatch skins, I think. So we're unstoppable because we put down this, right?
Quite the challenge.
Then we pick up the Heart of Stone. See, now we don't have the Unstoppable from the thingy, but I kind of trigger my rune. So we are unstoppable, right? Now it's back up. Then we trigger this. Keep on zooming. Unstoppable again. That was a good suggestion, my friend, and I think we made the most out of it. Because now I am truly always somewhere unstoppable. Wonders if I can remove Rally from my... See, now I'm not unstoppable right now, but I could just pop the castle again to become unstoppable. So definitely not odd. Now we trigger concealment again, like here quickly. Ba 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 ba. Actually, I wonder if the 5 different if 5 skills means 5 different skills right now. Because it's certainly not triggering the process on me just spamming my... Didn't Sir used to be like 5 skills, Chad? I feel like it's not triggering the way it should trigger currently. Guys, this is Paladin. We're using the Divine Lance in the Zealot version to create after images of our lances and just hurting enemies. Kind of funny, as you can see. Is mage lance to become unstoppable? Like, we just confirmed that the mage is unhindered and not unstoppable. There's a bug, as it seems, so it shouldn't work. My problem is that I would still have to dash, and as you notice, I don't actually dash. I mean, the amount of times I use the actual dash skill is non-existent. Wonder if I should just, you know, put my big boy pants on and just accept that I have to, press my rally button every now and then. You know? And maybe I just have to press my rally button every now and then. Like, honey, put on your big boy pants. Stop behaving like that. How's it feeling, Ranger? Very good. I mean, it's stronger than Zeal itself. 100% already. Like, I can tell you this, like, right off the rib. So we maxed pretty much Zeal before, and now we're doing Zeal Lances to see how that feels. Okay, so I'm not a fan of this one. The Sir combo does not trigger as often as it should, so that does not seem to work as I want it to work. I mean, we could Shroud Igni and see how we like that one, and then move, like, Sir back here up to the crime. What I need to find out is if I want to change the defensive aspect, by the way. Because currently we're using still Resolve, Blind's Anvil. But there's one better one that might work better. Goodness, that lightning elemental stuff had me like instantly. And yet, despite that lightning elemental stuff having me instantly, right, you just survive. Make it make sense, but the Paladin survival is nasty. Okay, now with the Igni, I will admit that, like, kinda it's up, so I very rarely have to press the rally button, right? But yeah, sure, in between, once or twice. Not really. You know what I'm just happy about? That finally Crown of Lucian sees some more use. Because I kind of think Crown of Lucian is one of the coolest items in the game. Because it forces you to make your skills like super expensive. But by making your skills super expensive, you get quite some damage bonus, right? Obviously, the Crown of Lucian was never considered worth it. Because you would just play the Heir of Perdition, which gave you 80% bonus damage. But since the Heir of Perdition is not that good anymore, right? Crown of Lucian has finally become something to try to make work more for your builds. As it should, in my opinion. Yeah, that dude is like, he's not taking any damage. He's undying, Chan. The demon. I mean, seriously, what does he have for a shield? It's just like, you shall not pass. That dude had like all the... It's like what we're just doing with that 110 boss. He's still alive, Chan. That weird ass summoner is still alive. Absolutely refusing police brutality. Mr. Cognac, thank you for your Prime Gaming subscription and support. Cognac, very good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Idlewild Pit 115. Well, we did Pit 115 with a Zeal build already. And I can confidently say that this will just blast past Pit 115 already in its current state. So I am not the slightest worried about that. I mean, we could do a 115 if you like. I start with your Necro, Army of the Dead Necro. It's so much fun, Glampunk. And then you can develop that Army of the Dead Necro into the further version of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Into the further version of the full summoner, for example. What's that Shield Khazar doing? Dude, Ranger, I want to know too. Like, whatever that Shield Khazar had for defense, give me some of that. You know? Give me some of that plenty with cream and cheese on top. Because he was just doing things. That thingy was just thanging. This is the damage I like to see here right now versus bosses, right? Did I just not get hit by that thingy because I stood on the outside wall? Is the Paladin class? Yes, it's the Paladin class. Doing Paladin class thing. Maybe we get invaded by Belial. But I generally don't need anything from this, but maybe we'll get invaded by Belial. Right? Who knows? How do people get 130 pits on Paladin? I do not die, but I can kill stuff at some point. It's the, like, so this question is actually super easily answered. How do people get, like, to 130 on the Paladin? So I know I have seen some Divine Lance Paladins up here. So this is, for example, this is a Divine, here, see, this is a Divine Lance Paladin. So he does have Light's Rebuke, but with 3 greater affixes. So that makes it sense because he has 12.5% bonus physical damage multiplier. Okay, so that's what you don't have, for example. And he has a greater affix to the critical strike damage as well. Then look at all his set pieces. They're all with a greater affix to Zealot skills. So they're not just that, they're the greater affix, right? He has his glyphs all to 150, so either he used a paladin to level this, like a rogue colleague to level this, but it's all self-found. So he actually just blasted until his hands didn't want to blast anymore. T-bots will, obviously at maximum, like here, more than 1 greater affix, more than 1 greater affix, more than 1 greater affix, 5 greater affixes, 5 greater affixes, 5 greater affixes as well. You know, like this is the difference, my friend. Also, he plays an interesting stat because he goes for your minimum resolve is increased by 2 and maximum resolve is increased by 2 and gain 10% damage reduction. And then when you try to crowd control worthy enemies, one that can't be crowd control, you rise to the occasion, gaining 500% bonus damage. That is nice for pit pushing, honestly, but for going like for open world, it just doesn't feel as good as. Yeah, it seems like a chill grind. Exactly. So getting to that level is just, this is where fun just stops in any meaningful way. So this is like a pit 150 now, because 115, because I just got the message, you know, that we did this on our actual Zeal build, right? Not on the Lance, on the Zeal build. And on the Zeal build, 115 was possible, but it still felt like an absolute drag. I mean, you got to consider that we already have like good stuff going on as well, but not as good stuff as possible. Right? So we have good stuff going on, but we don't have insane stuff going on. Because I for example, don't have like a single greater affix to a single charm in my thingy. But damage-wise, you already see if it's working or not, right? You already know that this is going to be moving forward quite smoothly. Where's my Heart of Stone? Heart of Stone. Actually, the rats here are some of the best opponents, by the way, to kill for the Heart of Stone, because you get the actual rats, right? And then you get the red kings, and then you get the rats that are spawning out of the red king. Oh god, that hit me. Out of the red kings. And all of that adds just like nicely together. Oh god, that earthquake is just killing me. This is your Divine Lance build for MOBA? Yeah, but the Divine Lance on MOBA is currently work in progress, Toby. Whip. I have like, I just put the planner up already, but there's nothing in there, right? Nothing meaningful is in there because it just doesn't make sense to fill it yet until we have like really checked out all the options of what the build can do. Until we fix the defense to the max, because I'm still not sure if I like the defense at what it currently is at, because we're pretty much surviving by fortified draining, which actually works surprisingly well. But as you see, like a certain elite here, this elite here, this one elite with currently the earthquake affix is just bombing us, right? There's no chance we can like feasibly work against that. I mean, we are also using the Bloodmed Idol, so we could consider, hey, maybe we shouldn't use the Bloodmed Idol. Maybe we should use Griswold Opus, because Griswold would actually heal you. But I feel like using Griswolds is like not the way for the maximum damage that you could do with this. Right? Because like without without the Bloodmed Idol, you wouldn't get Berserking. Berserking is just such a free buff that it feels like silly to not engage with it. The only thing I probably dislike about the Palace still is our source of vulnerable is jumping into opponents. So I need to do this, right? And that's how I make enemies vulnerable. I do not have another source of vulnerable. That's why I also require the Cry Rune, because if I don't have the Cry Rune and then try to make things vulnerable like that, it's god-awful. Well, they have Executioner. They're gonna just drop these blades on me, and I'm just going to die. Executioner needs to go, Chan. I'm not kidding when I say that. It's like our Zeal build took like so much longer with this. No, Cry doesn't do vulnerable. We're doing vulnerable with the Falling Star. We have Cry for that. Sorry. We have Cry for that to pull things together so our Falling Star then hits the enemies that are pulled together. Maybe I should sometimes use full sentences to convey what I'm trying to say. You're pulling things together, then you jump, right? And then you do Cry, and that's how you're making things vulnerable. Sorry. More sentence, less blubber blubber. Hope that makes sense now. My main issue is we're still losing the Heart of Stone like on enemy contact ASAP, right? I don't know what it is with the Paladin. I mean, I guess pulling enemies together, then stunning them. Okay, let's see how much damage we do against the Guardian. Well, that's going to feel. Honestly, not bad. Best part is we're actually keeping our resource up despite the castle going away. So I think what we need right now is a shield with a greater affix to damage reduction. That's probably the best thing that we could get. And we need to change an aspect. By the way, we just did this with broken gear, chat. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. Interesting. Cool. You're stuck at tier 10. You can go to tier 11. Probably. Fanatism active can do vulnerable. Yeah, but that's not worth it because you want Fanatism to give you crit damage. Right? Fanatism aura passive increases critical strike damage by 9/3 for you and your allies, and that's just too good because critical strikes trigger the passives now, and then you just get this thingy stacked like there's no tomorrow. It's just too good of a thing to not do. Absolutely no sense to ignore that. Oh, finally, life, Catherine's conviction. Nope. +1 seal, but not a good +1 seal. Okay, so we need a better shield. That means in order to get a better shield right now, Nightmare Dungeon escalation. How many points do we have in a Nightmare Dungeon escalation? We have... Oh, we missed one more. So we need to do a war plan for a Nightmare Dungeon, I guess, right? Let's do that still in Tournament 11 until we're powerful. So Phoenix, like, in order to apply vulnerable with the aura, you would sacrifice a lot of damage, and that just doesn't seem worth it. Let's kick Durield's booty hole. He was trying to run away, but you're pretty much stuck into him with your lance because the lance charges you forward, right? Kind of funny. Okay, we need a better shield. We choose a shield with critical strike chance, but if I get one with damage reduction, greater affix, that's just king behavior, Chan. What can I say? I don't really want to follow the fortress meta. What can I say? I mean, yes, you can work without the fortress meta, but then you'll just have to accept that you are missing out on 120 damage multiplier, 120% damage multiplier, right? I mean, my fortress just gives me 120% multiplicative damage, and that's obviously really useful. Although I see like how in Torment 11, even without like anything, I'm just going to be a demon. Love that. Whee! Where do you upload your build planners? On Mobalytics. For this Lance one, we don't have one. For the Zeal from yesterday, we have one put in the latest video here. I can post the Eldin hub. That's where also the Divine Lance is going to land. And obviously every build gets their dedicated YouTube video where we talk about all the things, like all the pitfalls, everything you need to look out for, the actual further scaling, what is possible to achieve, what's not possible to achieve, right? We're not sugarcoating anything in those guides. It's not like we're not trying to promise you the yellow of the yak without being able to actually get the yellow from the yak, you know? We're trying to keep it real with these guys. Like, you're probably not going to get higher than because you suck and you don't have the time to farm, right? I think that's very important to say that. Like, it's useless when you have like a guide where someone is like, hey, look at my 7 mythics and you can do this too. No, you can't, right? I mean, right now we have the Light Rebukes as a mythic. We have the Crown of Lucian as a mythic. These are actual reasonable achievements because I've gotten 4 Crown of Lucians in the time where I try to get 1, right? So that is a realistic one to actually achieve. No, I just did not want to go up there. I just really did not want to go up there. What are we looking for? Hellworms. More hellworms. Thank you. Doesn't love a bunch of hellworms, chat. Thank you. The chest is where? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Thanks for building. I really like your stuff. Ah, Toby, appreciate it. I mean, right now we are in a very easy spot in this season. Like, I like to repeat this for the people that missed it, but this is like my favorite part of this season because the rush to make good builds is over. You know, most Diablo creators have stopped making content already, or their content is really a slow drizzle. So like now is the time to just make fun stuff, right? Most people are either done with the season or they're just still dabbling and having like a good time. And like releasing fun builds, people just look at it like, interesting. You know what? This looks like something I would enjoy playing. And it's like my favorite part of an ARPG when you're like at this point where the chill community remains. Because let's be real, start of the season, you have the hardcore community, right? Start of the season, everyone and their mom is there. But you get a lot of these people like, what's the best? 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 What's the best, right? These very impatient people. So yeah. You get so many crowns. Well, it's different from class to class, but Paladin just doesn't have many crowns he can actually get, right? Paladin does not have many Helmic uniques. I think Paladin can get the one helmet that he has, the Judicans, and that's it. Right? Then it could get Andariel's Visage and Harlequin Crest, but that's not possible. So I guess I only have 2 outcomes, right? I pretty much have only like 2 outcomes. So yeah, yay.
I'll be swinging away.
Quite useful. Oh, Godslayer, 3 outcomes. Sorry, you're right. You're making a build that's not for pit pushing? How dare you, Swole Joe, you little shit. To make a build that's not for pit pushing. This does not live up to all the things that content creators are trying to tell you. I mean, you listen to me. If your build is not good at pit pushing, your build is obviously useless. Wow, Joe. I hate to do this to you. Look at this man, Chan. Said not pit pushing. Disgusting. Brian, what about Godslayer? Please, full sentence. Yeah, he can get Godslayer too. So Godslayer, Carniflution, and that other thingy. We're getting invaded. When we have this get up on Mobilitics, well, we're going to fine-tune it today to the max, and then we'll probably tonight or tomorrow fill it into the Mobilitics, and then as soon as in the Mobilitics, I always post the link to the live stream. So because the live streams are up and you can just like watch them, right? Then in the comments, like the first comment is usually like, here's the planner. Congrats. Okay, we need Nightmare Dungeon escalation. We get a maximum resource, maximum life helmet. That would be insane for my rogue. That ring has life regeneration. This has nothing. This, well, actually, a bunch of maximum resource stuff in case I wanted to juice my rogue even further. Okay, let's open this one. So I need a Nightmare Dungeon. Nightmare Dungeon? No. No. Actually, that's an escalation if I wanted to. So one aspect that we wanted to change. So currently my chest piece has Glenn's Anvil, right? But there's another aspect and it has something to do with block. It's called layered wards. Your blocked damage reduction is increased by 40%. And since my block chance is 100%, I wonder if my block chance, like my damage reduction on the block chance increase is actually better than Glenn's Anvil. Is there info on the new DLC? You have Vessel. You need Lord of Hatred. Yes, my friend. Without Lord of Hatred, you're not going to get the Horadric Cube. You're not going to get the sets. You're not going to get the third ability on skills. You're not going to get Paladin. You're not going to get Warlock. You're pretty much having like only 50% of the game left. And you'll probably not be able to ever reach the highest difficulty. That being said, even with the DLC, you might not be able to do it, right? Gonna be real about that. Maybe you suck. Dude, he just got killed so fast. It's not even funny. Some of that damage output is just downright nasty. Okay, that's crit vuln. Get this crit vuln. I mean, our attack speed is good. I just gotta think about if we want to. Crit chance vuln. We can change the... We could change the life on hit over to vulnerable damage and then probably be better off. Yeah. Yeah. Noob, I'll be looking into that. Thank you, my friend. If I use this ring,
This should be
we could actually keep the life on hit, preferable. And then just change this over to fervor.
ancients watch over this one.
Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction.
You know where to find me.
Do the thing. Gerard eating pizza with tuna for breakfast. I'm all yours, my friend. Tuna pizza sounds lovely. Actually didn't eat the whole day yesterday and then just went to the Chinese all-you-can-eat around the corner and indulged. That was also quite lovely. These enemies, by the way, are downright horrible because they always have like their bonus shield, right? And then they have those priests giving them bonus defense as well. And like I am just not able to do any damage to this dude here right now because he's just an absolute, like he just keeps reinforcing himself and putting himself in a position where he just does not die. How much rice did you end up eating? Not a single bit, Overflow. Come on, we can't be getting our bellies filled with unnecessary ballast. I wonder if I had everything fully stacked, if we could actually reach the trillions with this per hit. Oh, there was a trillion hit. Okay, we can. Cool. There's my answer. Can we? Yeah, we can. See, there's another trillion hit. There's another. Wow. So the answer is we can. By the way, with a severe burn we're getting there, that's the Griswold, that's the Bloodman Idol. Still very greedy to play, but I refuse to put it away. Okay, they have Reprisal, so this should now instantly kill me, chat. Because these dudes that we're hitting here, like with so many attacks at the same time, right? They're literally throwing that damage back at us with their Reprisal. So since I do like so many attacks per second, I'm literally like, why are you beating yourself is the question. And yet we're somehow able to stay alive. Actually kind of funny. Now let's leave that as well. Oh, look, Mom, Dad, we went from shielded human enemies to shielded skeletons. I mean, there are truly some annoying enemy types in the pit, right? Sometimes you just get like the easy way out. Like you get spiders, for example. Spiders are amazing, or the rats, because they have like nothing special going on. I really don't know what killed me there. I think for this here to feel more convenient, we really need to work on that shield. I'd say that's they have Reprisal as well. Can You know what? I'm just mad at like the game giving me like so many enemies with reprisal in a row. I mean, seriously, what is this? Oh, we're gonna farm now. We're gonna farm Obolds, chat. Okay. We're gonna push that Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Then we're gonna farm Obolds. And then with that Obol farm, we're going to get ourselves a new amulet because that's what we're looking for currently. And we're gonna get ourselves a new shield. And then we're gonna have our critical strike damage multiplier go through the roof. Because right now my amulet doesn't even have a critical strike damage multiplier. Okay. So we need to fix that. Obviously need to fix not having a shield with a damage reduction. Greater affix. But all of these are non-issues. Should be easily fixable. Ah, finally we don't have one with reprisal, ladies and gentlemen. After all this time. Once in a while, not one with reprisal. To make it make sense, we didn't lose like a single time our Heart of Stone there, but the last 20 enemies, we just instantly lost the Heart of Stone. Why not on these, huh? Really gotta understand it sometime. And there's the boss. Jump into him. Get our thingy up. With our current progression, I'd say 120 is possible, right? But obviously we want to still be more tanky. Yeah, 120 should be possible. I would push my glyphs higher though. And I definitely need to get like a better glove. Right, so work on a better glove, work on a better amulet right now. And then we're happy. It's going to make a big difference. Well, why a better glove? I mean, mine has 100% crit and fizz and crit chance, but honestly, I would prefer if the crit chance was a vuln damage multiplier and if the fizz damage was also a vuln damage multiplier. So the fizz needs to be vuln. Then this one would be better. And this one needs, instead of vuln, crit, and the crit chance needs to be also vuln. So there is better stuff to still get. Right? We're working on it. We're working on it. So that's armor. We don't need that. We now have Whispers of the Dead. Okay. Rings, amulets. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope for the best. Oh. That was my third mythic tribute. Only that mythic tributes are useless, which is the actual problem, right? Why would you even go for one? An amulet has a crit damage multiplier. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what do my tired eyes see there? So with that crit damage multiplier, what we could do is we can remove the cult resistance. Then we're going to add Stad and Stad. Now we gotta remove the attack speed. And for this, we actually have to try hard. So we're gonna enchant this. We're gonna lock that into place. Then remove aggressive. Get rid of the attack speed. Add core stat. Add core stat. Remove core stat. Now focused reroll aggressive tuning prism, which cannot hit the all skills, but it can hit the strength. Okay. We're gonna turn the strength into vulnerable damage now. Let's keep the 21 and add another aggressive one. That's going to be crit chance. Yeah. See, that's like, it's a little bit better amulet than the one that we currently have. Because obviously my current one, like, is not bad, right? But if you compare these now, what would you rather like to have? This one is obviously superior, right?
Step up to my anvil. Anyone ask?
We're going to masterwork it before tempering. We're going to hit that 100% crit damage. And then we temper resolve on it. So we're hitting 6. They're guaranteed mythics and tribute. Yeah, but it's one single one. It's just not worth it for that one single one. So you're not wrong. Yes, it's a guaranteed. One single one guaranteed.
From creation, destruction. Here's what remains.
Are you locking the crit damage? You will go to an enchanter, then you enchant it, but you select no change. And that locks it. Redirected force. Now we get a transfigure. I hope I can get fortified drain rate on that one, because if I get fortified drain on that, then I can put the block aspect here on this. Now let's see how much more damage this fields. I mean, if you hit the pranksters, okay, in the Undercity, you'll still increase the chance for bonuses, but again, they're not guaranteed. So only the middle chest is giving you a guaranteed one, right? And then the bonus chest that you get, for example, from the portal pranksters, they're just not guaranteed. Okay, that one should have not killed me fire damage wise. I'm a bit confused about that. Let's get that chest first before we go like for more. Chest, that shield first before we go for more. March of the Stalwart Soul goes away. Oh, I didn't actually have to destroy that Holocan Crest. Nah, whatever. I have to destroy it, but you know. It is what it is. With 3 more Paragon points. I'm going to juice some more willpower here. This is my critical strike damage, and we want that to work as good as possible. So again, like some additive damage bonus there is going to be good. Zeal Paladin is playable now? Yes. I mean, Zeal is playable, and this is Divine Lance Zeal. circuit. No Belial invasion. Sadness. And we're going to go for the 23 minutes. One more. Two more chests. Almost done. Doo-doo-doo. So we're also going to start with the druid build today. FYI, chat. It's going to be super cool. Highly experimental, but super cool. Hope that it will work out the way I want it to work out. Left. 21 minutes left should work. And we can do a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. Hopefully get an Obol reserve. My Paladin is just visually very pleasing to play. If I compare this to playing my Whirlwind, right? I just enjoy this one more. Oh, we almost have 250 cinders. I saw this Zebra video with Druid Speed Shred. Yeah, I'm not planning to play Shred. Not my cup of tea. I just don't like it. So Shred is great. Yes, absolutely. Shred is fantastic. It's currently one of the best Druid specs. But, you know, everyone and their mom knows that. So we're currently not, like, looking to do that. I mean, we did a bear build, a bear lightning build, and that was super fun. So that's my personal Druid favorite this season. But we're planning to do some more obscure Druid builds, especially because I want to finally use the very weird, unique seal to make things work. Just start exploiting. No, Druid have like a couple of bugs, 3, 4 or so, but nothing as bad as the Rogue. You know, those are not infinite damage bugs. Those are just better multipliers, like the Spiritborn, for example. Big difference. Okay, give me those rings. And then weapons. Can't believe that this used to be one of the best Forgotten Soul farms, Chad. Getting the Forgotten Soul ores in Helltides. How do you farm Forgotten Souls? Well, so you're gonna actually look for these ores. And then there's an ore farm route that you can write down to get more ores. Sounds silly, but what can I say? OG Pulverize was always fun. I kind of miss that we don't have the Pulverized Puddle Splasher anymore. Like really going around and going like Pulverize, 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 Puddles. It was just enjoyable. What can I say? I liked that one. It was simple. It was silly. It was easier times. But obviously, overpowered doesn't work anymore, right? Or not as it used to work. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. What do we got here? Obol Reserve. Obol Reserve. Not an Obol Reserve, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this on Torment 12. Okay. Travel to the study halls. Yeah, honestly, feels really good in Torment 12. I'm just riding on a wave of spears through this, right? And if I made a Paladin build, I just wanted it to be fast, right? I mean, Paladin doesn't have much going on for it, so if we already play it, then it needs to be quick and zoomy. Otherwise, why even bother? Right? Here's the bug. Demon time, demon time. Crazy part is how long this nightmare dungeon would be if you actually fight everyone, right? Ridiculous. Dude, he just died. What happened? I mean, genuinely, he just imploded. What just happened? What's your favorite class? My favorite class is and stays the Necro, but I will admit that it's slowly getting taken over by the Warlock, because the Warlock, just from a design standpoint, is very fun to play. And I think once they actually fix all the little arrows, kings, and weirdnesses that Warlock has, he's going to be absolutely giga top tier. I mean, he is already fire. You like that Apocalypse Warlock that we made. It's just such a zoomy, speedy character. Horseplay was meta. I mean, like, again, if you're not just meta whoring like crazy, then these characters are quite formidable, right? But they pale in comparison. Okay, gem reserve. And then, oh, actually, we should keep this gem reserve and now farm gems like crazy. You know? I mean, this is a gem reserve is actually kind of illegal right now. We should keep this and keep resetting this dungeon and just farm this gem reserve like now we have no business. I don't think this dungeon is good for this because it's like, as you can see, it's like a rather big dungeon that is very convoluted. Like, I prefer the linear dungeon when I try to reset one. And once I had, like, for gold reserve, I had, like, the absolute perfect one. It's not even funny anymore. But it was just literally a linear line to just walk down, and that's it. It was just like, walk down to the right, get all the gold chests, walk down to the left. Be good about it. Maximum legal. Warlock was fun. It didn't come out as broken as Spiritborn, which I like. I mean, Warlock was still plenty broken. Don't get me wrong. That Apocalypse was just completely overtuned. But I think, like, as you say, compared to Spiritborn, it was mildly broken. They're not the same in terms of what the fuckery. That we've seen from some other classes on release or patch. Dark Omen in that one, I remember. No, sadly, we didn't have Dark Omen, but I need to look more out for that, Mike. Let's see how Torment 12 Astaroth is. Like, I've no clue what to expect here, damage-wise. Right, with Pell World, I was loving this series. Great to see you. Wish right now we need to do a lot more Diablo because, again, I am gone on vacation for 7 days. And I need to create enough content to fill those 7 days for you because that's just how it goes as a content creator, right? Going on vacation means bonus work. And I couldn't do that with Pell World feasibly. So, no, we're not done with Pell World. Just right now I cannot just play it, right? Because I just have other things to do. Like how it goes. The realities of content creation. I think you understand, right? No, I mean, that Torment 12 just fell. Insane. Which class do you think will get buffed, nerfed in Season 15? I mean, I don't think any class should get nerfed. And everything should just get buffed. So it's hard for me to really say any buffs or nerfs. Because obviously I don't want to see any nerfs. There's no need for nerfs. There's no ground for nerfs. Right? So let's hope Blizzard has more than 2 brain cells to rub together at times. I need to get more of these things with zealot skills. I wonder if it would be better to remove the Blood Med Idol and play like gain aura potency, damage reduction, and your aura skills gain all of their upgrades. It would kind of be cool to have that, right? But I'm not sure how worth it actually is. When you think about it, it's actually powerful. David, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Oh, they do it on purpose. They definitely nerf buff things and then they create like a meta. The problem is the meta they wish to create is bullshit, David, Rushdock. So they really create like just dumb things where you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Blizzard? No one wants this. So they certainly try, but not really good at it.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay. Oh, Jacques' favor? Jacques' favor is finally max roll. Jacques. So now that we have this done, we get ourselves the Nightmare Dungeons to the 3rd, so we can farm that. And we get this to the 2nd, so we can farm that also likelier. Now, what we got to do is we're going to take our 5,000 obols and we're going to throw them into shields until we get a shield with a greater affix to damage reduction. Now, I don't think that should be so hard to get, presumably. Also, on the way to that, we'll just get like more aspects max rolled, so GG on that. I just got the Penitent aspect as a max roll. Is Cold Freeze Necro any good? As Zenforcer, we just released our video on the Cold Freeze Necro in case you missed it. It is very good. It's one of the strongest Necros. I mean, if you look into the leaderboard right now, Necromancer-wise, you got the number 1 is Blood Mist. Blood Wave, right? Oh, actually, filters Soul Savant. Just like reasonable people, right? So the number 1 is Bloodwave. And then you got here Jericho as the number 3. And he's doing Cult Minions. So yes, Cult Minions are actually good.
An excellent. Nice. A legendary prize.
Damage reduction. Damage reduction. Damage reduction. Damage reduction. Surprisingly, not a single one, Sean. As I said, it can't be that hard to get damage reduction, but it can still be hard to get damage reduction. Okay, let's just jump into a Nightmare Dungeon escalation then. And try to get an Obol Reserve and then reset it. Rogue being busted this long is a joke. The joke is people abusing it. You know? I mean, yes, is it stupid that Rogue is bugged? Yes, absolutely. But you know who's the real joke? The people that abuse this already a 2nd season in a row. I mean, we all know you're just tiny wiener abusers, right? What am I supposed to say? But, like, you just do it 2 seasons in a row. Yikes. How's the Bar Minion build? Oh, Bar Minion build is super strong still. I went for Bleed Whirlwind this time around. Not because it's weaker, better, or anything. I just wanted to play Bleed Whirlwind. Right? That's no judgment on the strength level. It was just a mere, like, I wanted to play it that way. Okay, Gold Reserve. Gem Reserve. I mean, we need... Oh, this is Gold and Dark Omen. Shit, if this was now the 3rd dungeon, it would be insane. Why, chat? Because Dark Omen means always a butcher. Okay, just in case you didn't know this. So, like, Dark Omen always would be a butcher. If this was now the 3rd, I could pretty much reset the dungeon. I could every single time get a butcher. And the important part is if you get a butcher in the dungeon, he will get the Gold Reserve. That means that the butcher right now, or Kicksard, I'm sitting here at 386 gold, is actually going to drop a significant amount of gold as well. See, that was 26 million gold. So you could, like, guarantee get this gold infusion every single time. Works also really good on Gem Reserve. And then he drops, like, gems for days. The raise to a legit 150 is actually pretty clutch right now. Yeah. I mean, if you ignore the absolute undertune specs and the buffs that Necro Paladin need, right? If you ignore these, then it's actually pretty fine from a balancing standpoint. All right, we get Rain of Arrows, we got multiple Barb specs, we got the Spiritborn, who's actually completely bugged, so let's not ignore these bugs, right? Because if you actually fix the Spiritborn bug, and if you fix the Druid overscaling bugs as well on certain aspects, then suddenly Druid is also not even close to 140 anymore, and Spiritborn is like at pit 120 and below, if even. So, yeah, it's close. But if you actually would fix all the outstanding issues, then that close would also, again, vanish. Target, I need farming tips. You should be a bit more precise. I mean, when you're farming, you should use a hoe because, you know, that's better than grabbing, like, going through the earth with your hands. Realistic lame. So let's hope this one has now an Obol Reserve. Thank you very much. Perfection. Okay, chat. So this is the 3rd dungeon. It's an Obol Reserve. So we're going to get, like, Obols like crazy. How long is this season? End of August. Start of September. Somewhere around there. So now ignore all the dudes. Let's just get Obols. Kobolds. 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 A good dungeon for this because it's like actually really packed in the early. And it's also a roundabout. So now we have collected all the obolds from this part of the dungeon. Again, I'm not willing to kill the... Need to move somewhere where we can teleport out. Overlook, 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 overlook. Here. Teleport out. Let's reset the thingy so we can get our shield. Are you going to play Sork this season? Yes, but I'm not sure what we want to do with Sork because in all honesty, the Sork Firewall build does not seem too interesting for me. But also all the other Sork builds that you could make can barely do Torment 10/11. So what are you even going to do? In that case scenario. Burn 120 scrolls to get a GA temper, dude. I can feel your pain through the monitor. Actually, that was only 2 chests here. Oh, that's a pretty crappy run. We want at least 3 chests. 2 is just bad. I mean, there's more chests in the second part of the dungeon, but honestly, if I have to open up all the prisoners every time, it's not gonna be worth it. Or kill all the... Oh my lord, let me just teleport out, please. You play this game on release? A 30. The game is not the same anymore as it used to be. So you would be lost at first, but then you would slowly get there. It's just that itemization completely changed. Multipliers completely changed. The way how you scale damage completely changed. Like, everything is essentially different. So it's just like a new normal to get used to. Is probably the best way how to explain it. Oh, see, like, we got here, chat. We get the Butcher. That's just lucky for me. And this Butcher is now also going to drop, like, a bunch of obolds. That was really lucky, because now we're sitting at 7.5k obolds already. How many more obolds do you need? Well, I mean, preferable 25. This is a good run now. I'm trying to teleport out. Let me alone. Probably the most annoying part that just one single hit will break you out of that teleport right now. One single hit, not 2 hits, not 3 hits, not 4 hits, 1 single hit. Overflow? Still haven't checked the game yet. Okay, that's Thorns. Not a single shield. This is like the secret sauce how you get items, right? I know it's kind of sad, but this is how it works. Get obolds, gamble obolds until you finally see... Oh, that's damage reduction. So, what do we want to do? We're going to remove the resistance. We're going to remove the Faith on Kill. That's resource. Then we're gonna remove. Then we're gonna focus reroll the. Now we're gonna remove the resistance. Sorry, remove it. And then we're going to add the cooldown reduction. Oh, I went resource. I'm an idiot. We're gonna need utility. Now we're gonna roll. Do we have a Titan Quest 2 release date? No, sadly not. Have you tried with support this season? What do you mean with support? It's clunky, but the AFK Sorg is nice. I'd love to see if you could get a little more damage out of it. Tier 12 is fine, but not super speedy. I've heard about it, Mike. There's always, like, obviously a certain axe you can squeeze out. Duo with Paladin Sport. Ah, I play solo cell phone, Brenda. There is no duo for me. This is me, myself, and I versus the game. Wow, there's so many weird rolls that we can get here on the utility. But I'm not sure why Thorns is utility, by the way. I feel like Thorns is under the defensive category. But that's just me wondering why the fuck that's there. Are we not just rolling cooldown reduction with a normal reroll? I'll be honest with you, terrible. Do you know how much money that's going to eat? I prefer to get... Okay, I'll prefer to see cooldown reduction, but... Don't worry, chat. I got 700 of these. And if this takes us the rest of the day, right? We'll get that cooldown reduction to at least 7.5%. Yes, you heard right. I'm not going to be happy with anything below that. 7.5. You hurt me. You hurt the man. Okay, what else are we going to try? Still crit chance, I guess. Oh, Thorns is also an aggressive one. That's so weird. Thorns, Thorns, Strength, Strength, Thorns. I'm going to assume that we have rolled like crit one time already. 7.2 out of 8.5. 7.8. You know what? I'm happy with 7.8. I can live with 7.8. And then we're going to add lastly the Strength. Because Strength is an all damage multiplier. So now we get this one versus this one. And my current one is obviously better here. Especially since we're going to... Has to work this up. And then hit the damage reduction. 30%. Yes. We're gonna go. Nice. And then we need to aspect that with the... Why the fuck am I playing this aspect on my thingy? Have I just been playing with the wrong aspect the whole time? I have been, huh? This is getting pen. And that's fervor. So if I spend health on a skill, or we could also, instead of that one, how much crit chance are we at? We're at zabba zabba zibba zub, zip zip zabba 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 zub. We could play the Revelators here as well. Just be lazy. So I like don't need that crit chance, I guess. Okay, but now instead of like leaving our Nightmare escalation, I think we're just going to finish it, right? Frizz, thank you for your Prime Gaming subscription, Frizz. That's very kind of you. Happy you choose to Prime support this channel. Slay all enemies. Yavolo. Slaying of enemies commencing. Super annoying when you have like a Rupture dungeon and it says slay all enemies. Because even if you now slay all enemies, the Rupture dungeon, like the dudes that are being summoned from the Rupture, do actually count as all enemies. Can be very annoying. I'm just trying to close out the dungeon, and the game's like, oh, you want to close out the dungeon? Ah, perpetuous fool. Is the spec you're using posted anywhere? No, we don't have a build guide on this one up yet. We have the build guide yesterday, in case you missed it, from for the Zeal Paladin, and that's also the first video is going to be Zeal. And then we're going to do a follow-up video on the Divine Lands. We're first going to get Zeal for Paladin is back. But then we're going to have like the actual follow-up with this one. Because, no. This one is kind of crazy. I'm really happy with it. Like, it's doing very decent in Torment 12. And not only very decent in Torment 12. It also should be able to kill Mephisto in the long run. And we should become tanky enough to not worry about anything. Now, I wonder if for the ultimate tankiness, I'd need a Seal of the Diamond Mine, though. So that is definitely something to consider. Because it would just make us so much more tanky. But it's no good now. No, Hammerdin also works. I mean, if you actually go in the top 50 of Paladin, you'll find like 4 or 5 different builds. Because there is honestly different things that work. I mean, still the top 50 is all around pit 120. Which is actually sad in itself, but like it still works. Where did we miss Abandoned Lord? Zombie, thank you for the brand new subscription. Zombie, welcome to the Knights of the Round stable as well. Chat, if you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to use it right here. Thank you. So this is Paladin, my friend. We're using a skill called Divine Lands. Together with our castle ultimate, and then you just put the castle down, get a damage multiplier, and whoop, 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 just eat up the opponent. Demon, Dark Omen. This one has Dark Omen. What does that mean when you have Dark Omen versus the dude? Does it go crazy? Okay, we got him down. Come.
Did you think it was over? Oh, wonder. We've only just begun.
Put this down. PoE on Friday? No, I don't like PoE. 1. I don't like PoE 1. It's not to my cup of tea. Even though it looks interesting. Can't be zombified. No, you zombified. So on YouTube, where the video is actually better quality than on Twitch, we have 2 live streams. So we have one here that says vertical and one that doesn't say vertical. So the vertical one is vertical. The other one is horizontal. Why is that? So one of them lands in the shorts feed and the other one does not land in the shorts feed. And that's why we're doing this. Is it possible to throw 3 of the same uniques in and get a mythic? Nope.
Oh, it is a Vetris, isn't it?
That does not work, my friend.
Taken apart. You know where to find me.
Okay, let's do Tower 115. See how well that works now with our new 30% damage reduction. That should be good, right?
The tower awaits.
The good thing is that we don't have to look for our... What is it called again? Jiggy me jiggy. Don't have to look for our... Oh god, he has the spinny blade. Spinny blade is my downfall. We don't have to look for the Heart of Stone, as we do have to do in the pit, right? Okay, from the damage, you can already see that we can do it. Right, you usually notice in the first seconds of the tower, like, can I do that level? Am I strong enough for this? And, you know, then you know if you're gonna have to struggle through or if it's going to be an easy one. And this one is from a damage standpoint. We're obviously able to do it. Oops. And we still got to look out that we don't just walk here into all this damage over time that's happening currently. Because there's quite some... Whatever that all is here. Fire, lightning, you know? Can we have a little bit of everything, Mr. Bossman, sir? By the way, we survived like really amazing there for a very long time. I want to say that. Right? I mean, we died in the end, so defense is still improvable, I guess. We're getting there. Are we surviving so much? Well, so our one charm has a our one aura heals us for every hit that we're doing.
Expectations.
And that helps tons, right? Because we're doing quite some hits. Okay, that should have not killed me. That's silly goose, max silly goose. Not with the level of elemental resistance that we have. I mean, the problem is elemental resistance, we have no life, right? But I feel like my life is good enough for a paladin. So I don't accept my death there. We're gonna try like Griswold's Opus. Because Griswold's Opus could be roughly the same damage. And would be bonus heals as well. I'm not sure if it's like worth it to mess around with that. Kind of want it to be good or better than Blood Mad. The problem is Blood Mad Idol gives you like Berserking, which is like damage increase as well. But it makes you weaker, so... Okay, what spot do we get as a 115 now, chat? That's the question in the Paladin leaderboard. Hey, with 115 in the Barbarian leaderboard, you wouldn't even be ranked. Right? I wouldn't even consider you existing. Okay, I can't be like fighting them inside the poison while they're lightning me. That's just not working as much as I want to. How about you come out of that poison? Oh, they have Executioner as well. I really just don't want to fight things that have Executioner. It's just too annoying to deal with. Once we're rid of these deathies, we're good. But I think the only way how I can get rid of these deathies is really Seal of the Diamond Mind and then use the seconds said to look into that. Want something exciting on my Selig Arena of Eris build? I cleared pit 142. Well, King Kronz, I'd love to hear that. I'm happy that the Selig is working for you. And it's always good when other classes can use it as well. I guess it helps that you get like the double resource from the Selig, right? Probably not helpful. Oh, come on. That should have never had me. I feel like fire just give us proportional harder than lightning. But I have like a fire gem in here. So I wonder why fire gets a proportional harder, right? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck now? Our resistances are actually like really, really good. I think it's a max life thingy, chat. So we need to make a new chest piece that has a max life greater affix. That's right now, Aid. We actually have like a couple of items that have like max resistance, right? We clearly don't need max resistance more than we have already.
Well done.
Okay, so a lot of unnecessary deathies have happened. But hey, that's 131, ladies and gentlemen. So this brings me here, right? 131. And the next one next to me has a shield throw build. We got a hammer build. See? Told you, it's a really varied. Then we have a zeal build, actually. Yeah. So my zeal build is up here, but with good greater affixes. Damn, he has 12.5% strength plus. That's a crazy transfigure. That's a crazy transfigure. Okay. That set bonus would be very strong.
I'll be here, swinging away.
So our boots have maximum life, but not greater affix. Our pants have maximum life in greater. Oh, we forget something. Thank you for reminding me. We still haven't masterworked that one. Completely forget to masterwork that bad boy. I mean, it's not much more max life, but it is more max life, right? Let's do the transfigure on this one. And we got 12 item quality. It's not bad. And the shield has indestructible. Cool. It's not really exciting. That one had the crit damage multiplier. Yeah, I remember. Now that we have that tad more maximum life from our exploits. The game's lagging like crazy. I had that yesterday. Suddenly my game started lagging like crazy for no reason. It was so weird. Like literally, like it just was a stutter fiesta. Beyond belief. So you're not crazy. Okay, that was a lot of elites for the start of a dungeon, Chad. Well, there's like only elites. We actually survived that though. Okay, sir, you like, sir, ma'am, Dave, dude, Francis. There's a lot of lava you just put down there. We're not liking that. Even the slightest. So like this time we're tankier, chat, so that 30% damage reduction is definitely working. I won't hear any 30% damage reduction slander. Anyone saying different is just lying for personal gain. So we're down to a 3-minute pit 115 almost. I'd say we're making progress, chat. I mean, this is like our first 115 since we got that new amulet, if you remember, because we get an amulet with bonus crit damage as well that we didn't have beforehand. And now we have that. Pull everything together mightily. Question is rather, what can we all tank from Mephisto, right, chat? My game would regularly drop down 5 to 10 FPS several minutes when doing Infernal Hordes. Ay. Diablo performance. Definitely not as good as a AAA title company would make you believe, right? Come on. Below 5 minutes for a pit 115 would be a dream, to be honest. Because then I would just have to get my glyphs up higher. I think we could do a pit 120 resoundingly. That would make me very happy. So I guess what I need to do right now is better gloves, ladies and gentlemen. And then we work on getting that stupid... It's him. It's him again. I don't know if you remember last time fighting him with the Zeal Paladin. So the problem is that you kind of just want to stay still against him, right? You want to just stand there and you would just want to beat him. But the problem is that I need to move every 2 seconds or I'm missing out on 80% bonus damage. The problem is if I step into him or even remotely close to him, his actual like frosty arms here, they instantly kill me. Right? So I need to like be here at him, as you can see. But I can't be like at him, because if I'm at him, then that has me. So kind of like need to move. Oh, yeah, I need to move away from him, but never in him. Oh god, he just teleported into me and instantly killed me. You can't, like, I mean, Schneider, technically nothing should have happened to your build because the build didn't change anything. Did you check your set? Did your set for some reason change? Because that's usually what happens there when something doesn't work out. Like, hey, did your set actually change for some reason? Okay, let's go tier 11, tier 12 Mephisto and just see how much damage we would do against him. Okay. I'm not expecting to hurt him yet, right? Because I don't feel like we have the zeal ranks or anything. We might again need the set and the diamond mine, right? Let me check things. Well, it says something doesn't match with my planner. I think he's lying. Reanimation, piercing cold, void. No, everything is fitting. Let's not try to tank that because I don't think that we will survive. Oh, reasonable damage. Okay, that would kill me right now. We do reasonable damage, but I feel like we need the second set for the damage reduction. So I'm not even going to go back in. Damage is good, but we need the second set to really get to the point where we survive. Now, what's interesting is if you get the second set, okay, what's going to happen is that your auras get everything. So you would get Fanatism gets you vulnerable, right? Weakened enemies who die within your aura heal you. You would get more damage from the Defiance. You would get Thorns randomly. And you would actually get all the Judgment ones, which are useless, right?
Step up to my end. Taken up, I'll be here, swinging away.
I need a chest with a greater affix to maximum life. That give us 300 more life. We need the gloves now. So I want gloves, better gloves. Good loot filter for Necro Waylander. I use one loot filter for every single build. I do not have separate loot filters. I have one loot filter to rule them all. That's what I recommend. Have a good calibrated loot filter and you're good to go. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take 2 of these here and we're actually going to roll them until they say Zealot. That Zealot skills, that's amazing. And Zealot skills. That was surprisingly simple, Chan. Then I need a diamond. Shit. I need to steal one from my droid. Actually, not from the druid. I need to steal it from the burr, probably. From the barbarian, barbarian. Actually, I need that one. Which one does the burp have? Which one does the burp have, ladies and gentlemen? The burb has like way too many things here going on.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
It's a diamond mine that gives all stats. I mean, the barb is not being used right now, so let Bridget get it. Bridget. So, chat, my children haven't been here in 2 days now. Okay? Oh, shit. No, that one is not coming today. That's bad. So yeah, we like children were in there. So what did we do? We obviously went to IKEA, bought furniture, and now we're gonna renovate children rooms. You know, the reasonable thing you do as an adult when your children just went away for a day. So Zealot Guilds and Zealot Guilds. Now we got more ranks to Zealot Guilds than ever, right? And my auras now are getting this here. The aura potency, and you gain damage reduction. Your auras gain all their upgrades. Your auras no longer. So this is going to be interesting. Now let's see how much tankier that makes me. Right? Because that's like another 30% damage reduction on top of the damage reduction we're getting anyways. So we get like here, we get damage reduction 30% from here. We get damage reduction 40% from here. We get damage reduction then from the set. And that's actually 2 times damage reduction. So damage reduction and damage reduction, right?
Are you not tired of lying to yourself? That this world, these people, can be saved? Hope is an illusion.
So he doesn't get us down anymore. I wonder if I can tank that. Nah, I can't. I mean, the reality is just that with a little bit better equipment, or I mean, so with like, you know, a new pair of gloves and my runes a bit higher, this is going to become an easily done thing. Right? And that's actually pretty scary. I mean, easily done still means way weaker than any other class. So, reality of things, right? Let's not forget that.
These people can be saved.
But that's not the point, right? It would just be possible. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, most people would have said that Paladin is not going to take down Tormentor Mephisto. You can survive and dodge the big mechanics. I mean, like, exactly, Sylar. I don't have to tank that. I just wanted to know if I could. So the question is not, should I survive this? Like, it was just, could I survive this if I wanted to? Right? What if I want to face tank that for no reason? But being like an extra pair of douche nozzle dandy andies. Mm-hmm.
and yet you refuse to see it.
So that's 30% damage reduction, by the way. That comes in hard. Now, what we need to know, though, is how quick could we finish still a pit 115? So how much did this actually make us slower now in terms of pit pushing? Because I think that's a valid question. Okay, we got him, right? We're win. Oh, no, we didn't. He decided to just not die. Cool. Now the problem will be here going through all the phases, right? Because you get him like with the thingy. Oh, that poison would instant kill me on Coolio. And we're sitting at, what was it, 22,000 XX life. So if we get a greater affix life to our... Wait, that's the question, right? Do we want a maybe life instead of crit chance here? Because we're currently sitting at 54 crit chance. And our Fanatism Aura is giving us crit chance, right? Feels like I should give away this crit chance for life, and that would be good. What's better, Zeal or Divine Lance? Divine Lance is stronger. Melitosis. Now, I personally find Zeal still more fun and more aesthetically pleasing, but Divine Lance is actually stronger. It does also have like a convenience of life that is missing for the that's missing in the Zeal build, because in the Zeal build stacking your Crown of Lucian is kind of awkward. And that's less awkward with the Divine Lance. Because the Divine Lance literally just stacks the Crown of Lucian by existing, right? The thing is, the Zeal build is really easy to put together. You pretty much just need to get the Red Sermon, and Zeal build already works, right? Whereas for this build here, we need to have the lands, and we need to have the Ring of Starless Skies. For example, without Ring of Starless Skies, I would not play this build. It would simply not function. Okay, so right now these poison dudes just instantly bomb the Heart of Stone out of our hands. There's not even a millisecond between this. Like, I put down a Heart of Stone and like I jump into these and boom, Heart of Stone gone. So one of these guys has Reprisal, which is the most annoying thing again because we're getting like damage thrown back at us. But I gotta say, despite that Reprisal, we're just surviving. Main reason we're surviving so easy is because we're not have the Bloodmed Idol running, right? John. So that's the main reason why we're not dying here. No Bloodmed Idol. I think poison resistance would help. No, my resistances are all up, my friend. My resistances are not low. My resistances are insane. This loss on Heart of Stone on poison is just independent of your defense. It's just like one of these things. I mean, they literally just like, I'm not even taking poison damage here. They just touch me one single millisecond, and it is just gone. Doesn't make any sense. It's just what it is. Best thing you can do there is just not play this, or just try to get to the next floor as fast as possible, right? Because see, now I jumped to like, I walked into them and nothing happened. But then I actually jumped with my ability, right? And as soon as I jumped and used my ability, my thingy went away. Just make it make sense. Bible Thorns base build. There used to be a Gorilla Thorns build. I am not sure how that is doing right now. But there certainly used to be. Okay, not having the Bloodmad Idol, slightly slower. However, so like now against these, for example, not getting my Heart of Stone bumped out of my hands. So explain, what's the difference? What's happening here right now? Same Guardian, chat. Same, no, actually not same Guardian. I thought it was the same annoying Guardian. It's not. Is your summoner build video you're using Magecliff on the planner shows Golem? That an error? Wow, it shouldn't show Golem. That's true. Thank you, my friend, for reminding me. That error should have not stuck in. We'll fix it right away. After we beat this guy. So slightly weaker, slightly slower killing speed, but definitely vastly better in the defense. So that's cool. First level up the Resplendence because it reduces the cooldown of our thingies, and that's super useful. Then get the crit damage. Oh, no, actually not. Then here, get the crit damage up. Let me go edit here. Full summoner. So what you're saying is we got Essence Golem, Warrior, Dead Razor, Eliminator. Ha, that's true. There should be, it's probably here, Golem, right? Yeah, there should be Mage in there. It's true. Then instead of willpower, it should be intelligence based. Mm-hmm. Yep. You're absolutely correct about that. You are right. So 115 done, ladies and gentlemen. Should we try to roll for a better pair of gloves and see what we can get? Would you like to see that? Okay, healing.
You know where to find me.
Still no like good charm seal whatsoever. Phase, Lockrins, Frostburn, Razorplate. Let's think on one that's like interesting for this, but we get the Bloodmad Idol. Bloodmad Idol comes actually in here. So we wanted to do a 120, yeah, just to see like how that would go. So, ladies and gentlemen, pit 120 with the Zeal. Great. Into a bunch of elites. That's the best part, when you can just like stay in them here right now, as you can see, right? And they can't just kill us. It goes a long way. Or we can't kill them, that's also then a good thingy. And this is where you now have to probably level up your glyphs before you go further. Because I could obviously do like a 116, 17 to just level up my glyphs. Okay, we can't die. That's amazing. Currently theory crafting fire challenge shout barb. I mean, there is a charge barb. I'm not sure if you can't just... I can do it just with the challenging shout alone. The shout is useful, yes. Everyone just together. I want to pick up my heart of stone, but I don't even see my heart of stone. So that's kind of mildly inconvenient. Hey, here, yeah. Bunch of elites, bunch of normal dudes. Everyone pulled together. Good idea. Could possibly go wrong. See, they're still not killing us, despite them like being really annoying nerds, right? And us standing mostly in their poison. Actually, surprise. Almost makes the set seem mandatory if I want to survive, right? Mm-hmm. Always makes it seem mandatory. So what are you struggling with, Nicole? You want to do a challenging shout barb with fire, but what is keeping you from doing that? It's holding you away. So as we notice here right now, we almost have the damage to do it, right? But I feel like we're just missing that little bit more. So I'd say if I bring my glyphs all to 115 up now, and or a new pair of gloves, right? Those are two things that I do believe are required now. So for a new pair of gloves, let's see, do we have something glovies here? I mean, I usually keep a lot of them because you never know until you know, right? We're skilled. T-Bot's Will? I know T-Bot's Will is not for Zeal. T-Bot's Will is for this one. For Zeal, it doesn't do anything. You need T-Bot's Will to make this build work. Okay, so Zeal does not need T-Bot's Will. It needs the sword. What's called again? The Red Sermon. Okay, don't give me a single greater affix glove. Gloves are broken, Chan. What the fuck? Thing is, I can speed farm almost all tier 12 activities, but I would love to solo Uber boss like Mephisto. Mikhail, that's the problem with builds like you're trying to do right now. You are trying to do something very specific, and you might just have to accept that Torment 12 Mephisto is not a thing. Like, I can kill Torment 12 Mephisto, for example, with my Paladin, but it is not easy, right? So yes, this Paladin can do Torment 12 Mephisto, and that is good, but I wouldn't do it, right? If I wanted to now kill Torment 12 Mephisto, I would go on my Whirlwind, I would go on my Rogue, I would go on my Necromancer, a Necromancer Warlock, who can just 3-tap things like there's no tomorrow. So, like, there's definitely certain builds that just have it easier, and not like a little easier, but by a margin, right? And I do believe that makes a huge difference.
Oh, sorry. Try again.
Christina? Der Stuhl kommt erst morgen. Die haben gerade eine Nachricht geschickt. Er verspätet sich.
And it's worth something. Legendary nice.
Niemals, du kannst mich nicht zwingen.
Will be even better.
Du kannst mich nicht zwingen, komm doch runter und kämpf mit mir. Okay. Fine. Oh, 4 ranks to Divine Lands. I'm not sure if that's any useful, because the problem is that the ranks to Divine Lands don't do that much, so we're sitting at 455% bonus damage, right? If I now put this one on, we're sitting at 495% bonus damage. So the actual multiplier per rank of lands is not that high, because I would be hoping for 15% bonus damage to like 60 more per rank of Divine Lands, but it's not. It is because like not all skills are made equal. Not all skills have the same multipliers, right? Not all skills profit the same from bonus ranks, and some more, some less. Legion event if you need it soon. Well, do you still go to the Legion event? I mean, right now I'm just happy that we have the what's it called again? Jiggy Jiggy. I'm just happy that we have the caches, right? They give us what we're looking for. Why would I bother with the Legion event? What we're gonna do right now is we're gonna hunt another chess piece as well. Why does German sound so angry? Well, maybe to you, sir. German is very smooth and precise. Definitely languages that sound vastly harsher than German. Okay, those falling down executioner thingies are not killing us anymore. That's already a 1++ Chan. So like we're again in the dungeon right now. Okay, see, like I jump in these guys and I lose it. But what am I losing it to? Like someone explain this to me. Like I'm absolutely like not understanding what's going on. This is something that certainly... Okay, that should have never killed me. This is something that certainly just doesn't make sense to me right now from a general damage standpoint, right? Because I have damage reduction, right? I am not actually taking much damage. And yet, one of these dudes, like, boops me, and my Heart of Stone just falls out of my hands. It does make a big difference if your Heart of Stone falls out of your hands or not, right? In, like, how fast you're gonna go through a dungeon. Because if you, like, kill these mob packs, but your Heart of Stone every single time just tumbles, kind of sucks. But if I don't jump into my opponents, actually that's not true. I don't need to use my Morning Star anymore. Wait, hold on. Don't need to use my Morning Star anymore to make things vulnerable, right? That has changed. I can just use it for traveling now, because actually in order to make things vulnerable, I can use the activable of my Oath. That's true. Doesn't make much of a difference though, but it just seems like, again, every time I jump with my Morning Star, that it would like kick the stone out of my hands. We then can make things vulnerable. See, no, I just lose it, even if we don't jump. Make it make sense. Because we're like not, our life's not moving, right? It's not like we're taking damage that we in any way should be losing that. Maybe if we get more barrier, that would help. Potentially say goodbye to the Cry Rune. But I feel like saying goodbye to the Cry Rune is a ginormous mistake. The Paladin doesn't have anything to pull things together, right? See, my Heart of Stone just managed. The Heart of Stone has sustained too much damage and has been removed. But where? I have damage reduction for days. My Heart of Stone shouldn't be taking damage. You know? Maybe I should just get like a lucky hit chance to stun and work with that. Right? And the problem is we are actually taking significant damage. The thing is that just our Fortify is healing us up so fast that you don't see the damage that we're taking, right? So we're taking a significant amount here, but it's literally like my Fortify instantly refills the damage that we're taking. And that actually quite substantial. That's also why we increase our Fortify drain rate, right? So that our Fortify just drains at a record tempo and just tops us up instantly. The most fun tier 12 build so far. Speed-wise, it was definitely the Whirlwind Barbarian. And I'm playing it without the Melted Heart of Selig, which made it even more fun for me. Could get Barb super tanky. We'll just like pretty much zoom with like 4 billion% attack speed through everything. Movement speed through everything. Kind of cool, kind of fun. Quite nifty, quite easy. Makes the game maybe a little bit too easy. What can I say? Each to their own. But it's silly how easy it makes it. Let me tell you that much for free. Saint Guardian. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf. Oh, did you just get your skulls up, my friend? I'm not even farming those Horadric jewels. But I know if you want to push deeper in the pit, you'll have to farm the Horadric jewels at some point. But I really can't be asked, you know? Seems just so unnecessary to me. Already pushing things like here with a 80% upgrade chance has me frustrated. Because whenever you actually get a fail, it's just like, oh. How's Rogue doing this season? Not pretty well. I mean, Rogue without bugs, super strong. Rogue with bugs, even stronger. Okay. Well, that is our Paladin doing quite nice for himself. I wonder though, let me put back on that seal. We put back on the Lemon Idol. Just from a difference in timing. You tried the AFK Blizzard Shark? Nope, I haven't. Like these enemies here now have not bumped the Heart of Stone out of my hands. Silly gooses, right? So obviously we're moving faster through the pit. Finally, someone has bumped it out of my hands. After all this time. That thing just didn't want me there. He sent me packing, ladies and gentlemen. Kill him. Kill him. Kill his friend too. Like, just if we compare the Bloodmet Idol version versus the maximum defense version, there's a qualitative difference, right? In just damage output in general. That AFK Sork had me laughing. I used Godslayer unique charm to pull enemies and they die. Hilarious, especially in the Hell Tide. I mean, I've heard many good things about it, so I might have to actually make it. At least, like, an own variation of it, as it always is. But I really haven't looked too deep into the act of the AFK Sork. And I'm happy that there are different variants, especially it seems to be like a Torment 12 able build, so that's kind of cool to see, right? So well, we could gather together some caches and then level up our dude. I'm not sure how many loot caches we currently need. Is it 4 still? And then we can level up a Sorg as well. And I actually did want to do a Druid today, but in worst case scenario, we can also do a Sorg. How do you find the build you're playing now? Oh, this is super fun. I mean, Paladin is in general like a powerful class. It's just hampered by too many nerfs as of late. So Blizzard obviously completely overdid it. They were like, oh god, no, Paladin's strong, and like nerf. They overdid it like 5,000%. There's no question that they completely screwed that. It's almost like they're just lowering numbers based on, I don't know, Excel charts, but they're actually not lowering numbers based on real calculations, you know? It's like, hey, let's remove this by 30%, this by 30%, this by 50, 60, 70, 80, whatsoever, right? But it just doesn't seem like this is evidence-based reduction of anything. Just like, oh, twinkly twiddly dee, we're gonna lower this and see what happens. So then suddenly, like, shit happens, right? Twinkle diddly dee, your mom. See, like, this was now like a 430 clear. It was actually pretty strong. This is our fastest clear so far. A tiny fairy told me that I should lower this stat. That's how Blizzard nerfing feels right now. Like, but that tiny fairy can eat my ass. Okay, well, so let's gather caches then, Chad. Let's do that. Someone chat already. I like Sork. I mean, we can start with Sork today, play more Sork tomorrow. Then I will probably prepare the Druid a bit more, because then tomorrow we do like, yeah, we can do Druid tomorrow. I was planning to do it today, but you know, it's that. I mean, Zeal is pretty, like, this is pretty good. It can obviously get stronger. Again, we can get the gloves, but I am unlucky that we don't have the gloves. But what we do need to do right now is we need to... So two things that we need to farm pretty quick. We need to get ourselves the Whispers caches. And then on top of the Whisper caches, we are in need of Obolt. So I would say we can do that. Also, we would need a bit gold because we're almost brokey. I mean, 500 million does not sound brokey, but what's 500 million in the grand scheme of things, right? Yeah, I'm really happy how strong this turned out to be, though. I hope you too, chat. I hope you enjoy seeing this pop as well. I mean, again, we have the Zeal version of this build. We have the... Divine Lance version of this build, and I'm willing to give you both. Poor mom just getting destroyed there. Portals, but no, we're gonna probably here go for the next one. I mean, easiest would be just getting the 5, then the PvP ones. And so now comes the good thing of having multiple characters, guys. So I can get the 5 and the 5, right, for a loot cache. And then I can just swap over to my other character to get the 5 and the 5 there as well. Do you play Stormborn as well? You mean Swarmborn? Or Spiritborn using Poison Swarm? Or however people want to call it nowadays. Someone died! And like, which one are you talking about? Wait, who has that? Some people take this node for Durio? I've not seen anyone take this in forever. There used to be a problem with this one because if people take this, partially the Whisper wouldn't pop. It was really weird. It's like, ta-da! That's a great spec. Oh, yeah, it is. And it works. Like, the best part is it works. Like, don't underestimate the just working argument, you know? It just works. So first cache. Second cache from the PvP area. So usually 4 caches was enough, but we are currently not having the double cache rewards anymore. So we're gonna have to look into that. Are you gonna do some DMZ when the COD comes out? No. Very. Absolutely minus 10 out of 10. I mean, DMZ was fun back in the days, right? But you'd always need to have a full team to really enjoy it. And as always, normally playing... Like, my main complaint about these whole game modes in the different games is that playing them normal is not feasible as a content creator, right? So right now, if I want to play Diablo, I can just play Diablo, right? I can just play Path of Exile and have a fun time. If I want to play Call of Duty and make meaningful content... Then I need to, like, I don't know, hound other players, ruin their games, yell at them in all chat to make content. And then that's just not fun, right? Does crafting material percentage affect gem fragments? think gem fragments count as crafting mats, yes. I mean, the times when we did the gun doctor, like, it was important, Q-Soul. I mean, all of this just laid the groundwork for what we're doing today, right? Okay, my barber responded, so I can barber later as well. Because I start looking like a punk. I mean, right? You see my hair, it's just... it's hanging in my face already. Amulets. That's chest number 2. Shit, we don't have any mystery caches. Having mystery caches would have been really useful. Because mystery caches often contain... charms. Get the set bonus. The Doom transmogs are still available to farm. No. You have Overwatch. And I have everything already. I have everything already. Unless there's a menu I'm missing. Gotta say that skill is really nice. What other zealot skill do we have? We have Phonetic Descent. Wait. I don't think the others can be turned into zealot skills, right? This can be turned into a 3 hammers, but that's not a zealot skill. Last hammer, disciple skill. This one can be turned into a juggernaut skill. And none can actually be turned into a zealot skill apart from that. I feel like it would be cool if those all could be turned into a zealot skill, right? Fist of Heaven can become a core skill, but not a zealot skill. Okay. Which way are we playing? Divine Lands, ladies and gentlemen. Divine Lands is what this is called.
Off we go again.
We're stabbing the Divine Lands forward, and we're destroying everything. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Sorceress that people keep mentioning. Okay, third. Chesticle. One, 2, 3. Where else could we get? We can kill Duriel. Arden still strong. Arden works. That's it. Arden works. Oh, that's interesting, Chan. The sorceress needs... damage over time. I have not seen that in forever. Someone doing damage over time. That's crazy. I like that. Oh, come on. He went away. Wow, his like cronies here, they took their sweet time to come out of this, right? It's like the Crackling Energy build. Yeah, but Crackling Energy didn't need damage over time, Mike. I'm not sure what to think about this right now. I don't even like, I don't even know how it works. That's the thing. Wild Strike. So shock skills gain wild strikes, increasing their damage by a random amount. When Wild Strike grounds at maximum damage bonus, trigger Lightning Bolt. Wild Strike's maximum damage bonus increase to 750. No rolls bonus additional time. Okay. You get Writhing. You get Conceited. You got Mage Lords. I see that Voodie has been playing the whole build super defensive again because he plays hardcore, right? You got to consider like when Voodie makes a build, it's like a super hardcore build that is weaker than it could actually be, like weaker in terms of damage output, right? Not weaker because he made a worse build, just weaker in terms of damage output because he obviously has to look out for being defensive enough. I played Immortal Whirlwind Barb last season. Well, that's still the broken OP build, sir. I can do Reign of Eros Rogue. Reign of Eros Rogue is fantastic. How are people moving caches from one character to the other to level them? With a stash. You can just put things in your stash and then pull things out of your stash again. That's it. It's the magic. Build link, there is no build link yet. I'm sorry. We only have the build link for the Zeal build, but not for the Divine Lands build. But don't worry, the Divine Lands will soon be put into video version because I kind of like what we have here. It's like Paladin is actually not terrible. And this can be Torment 12 Mephisto, which is my happiest achievement on this build, I guess. That it's possible to do this. It just takes a while. I mean, it just takes a while, and I would not recommend, again, doing Torment 12 Mephisto on this build. Right? Like, only because something is possible doesn't make it, like, a solution. Right? This is a max row build? No, sir. The builds you see on this channel are all pony half build. Handcrafted. Please let me down there, good sir. Thank you. Have this close. Thank you. Oh, I need one more. One more. Almost have all the cinders that we need. Okay, now we just need 2 more coin. Alright. So we're gonna open this one, and then we're just gonna let it close. Actually, still the setup part about this. So what's now the best way to get this closed, chat? You just ignore it. Right? You just ignore it. Do. That is the best way to get it closed. And that is a close rupture. Off with his head. Off with his head. I'm just trying to leave this. Can you please let me leave this? Richard, build this either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We're going to have the planner out for this one. The planner and the guide and everything. Okay, talisman. Thank you. That's huge. Yeah, it's the 3rd. Then we got to deposit our dump here. Do we have Horadric and Horadric? Yeah. Okay, so now you're gonna go onto your delete AWSDA, create a Sorcerer. Sorg, so I don't forget that it's Sorg. The solo self-found challenge is only for experienced players. Thank you for warning me. I'll keep that in mind the next time. Talk to her first. Go to Zarbinzet. Why don't I see my stuff from other characters in your stash? Because you might have made a solo cell phone character and then the normal one doesn't see it. A normal character doesn't see from hardcore. Hardcore doesn't see from normal and solo cell found. So you gotta make the characters in the same game mode. Seasonal doesn't see from eternal. You know, you get my drift.
Death is salvation.
I hope that answers your question. And you don't feel like a weirdo anymore. Or even more like a weirdo, but like a good kind of weirdo. Okay, Temis. Let's see. Eins, zwei, drei, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, now you're going to open 1, 2, 3. And suddenly we're level 53. Right, and we got... Oh, not enough? Not enough? Well, I'll be damned. Oh, we need one more. It's only level 58. Let's fix that quickly with a rogue, I guess. No, you know what? Let's fix that with a warlock, because warlock more fun. Let's fix this with the warlock. I really like my warlock, but warlock in comparison makes like your paladin, like everything we just tried with paladin Seems kind of silly once I whip out this warlock here. Right? Because the paladin is like running around and he's like trying and he's schnazzling and he's like... The warlock's like, so listen. Boom. Teleport out because we just got the whisper done. Then teleport in and take the other whisper again.
It is done.
Go back. We're playing the Grim Dawn expansion. Nope. I have never played Grim Dawn. I know absolutely nothing about Grim Dawn. So, like, it's not my game. And I'm also not sure if I want to start another ARPG, my friend. I mean, right now we got the Beast of Reincarnation waiting for us. So that's like my next intriguing game that I'm planning to cover. Where, like, Grim Dawn would just be another ARPG. And I mean, how many ARPGs can you really play? Well, lookers, this build here is the Apocalypse Warlock. But it's the new one that's now faster, zoomier, 52 trillion. That's like a little bit better at everything. It's like a new and improved version of it. Very worth it. Abaddon skill. I've actually never used the Beast of Abaddon. Wee. Wee. Okay, now let's finish this one, and then we can play around with the sword. My favorite part to make builds work. I mean, we got enough time to play around with that. It makes the Narrow Ice set better for Reign of Erisor compared to using the Sightless set. I don't even know what either or set does right now. Lost. Narrow Eye was the one for marksman skills, and Sightless was the one for... Good. Done. What is the highest pit we've reached with this? This one can do pit 140. I have reached pit 130. But now I would have to grind my soul out to get further. And I don't want to grind my soul out to get further. So, with that,
It is done.
collection of gauntlets. Dibba-dibba-doo. Then we get here more Glint of Hope. Let's see. And Swine Dry. Fear. Over to the sword. Let's hope that these are going to be enough to get me to 70. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. It'd be a shame if we didn't. Fine, so I drive fear. And that's all 17. Okay, that's good. Because we can now also look if we actually dropped a good item, right? Because we already have an amulet here with 35% bonus vulnerable damage, so that doesn't hurt. We put damage over time on. We get physical resistant pants. That hurts because they're useless. So the rest of the stuff we can already just break down, right? And obviously you could just put on a normal pair of pants, but we do that. I'm going to pick up like all the other things that we have here. Gloves with 3 greater affixes is kind of nasty. And I swear they're all going to be useless, right? So what do we got here? We got gloves with int max life and all damage. Yep, great. We got a ring with... Wow. Wow. Talk about completely, utterly useless. I mean, at least we're getting aspects, I guess. So that's that. Okay, let's see. We're going to go for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can teleport around. Might actually go for the Blaze version. We'll have to see if I want to change that. So today we're working a bit off what we have seen because we've not played this Blizzard before. Going for Blizzard. And your Blizzard has increased damage through crowd control, seeks enemies, or deals increased damage and grants mana for each active Blizzard. How many Blizzards can you have active? Infinite? Can I just make more? Blizzard becomes a shock skill, deals sparking damage over seconds and costs 15 mana. Cool. Okay. That turns Blizzard into an aura, and then you use your unstable currents to still have shock damage bonus, reduced, and shock skills that deal damage, but this same skill cannot be triggered more than... Oh, okay. So the basic idea is that you're just triggering the Blizzard automatic. That seems silly. You know? A blizzard forms over you and follows you every 15 seconds, down to 1.5 seconds based on the percentage of your maximum life you have as barrier. So if I have maximum barrier, then I'm maximum good. I can see that. Okay, we get blizzard. We're gonna need the teleport. Actually, we're not gonna need the teleport because Ores of Vein, right? We have to get Ores of Vein as a charm. Probably have to farm... What is it called again? We have to farm Obolds. How many Obolds do I currently have? Don't have the Obolds. So we're going to go back on the Paladin and get ourselves some Obolds so we can do this. We're going to add the Hydra. For Hydra, reduces cooldowns of a random skill, right? And Hydra heals you. Then we have the Frigid Hydra. Good. We got Shredding Blades. Shredding Blades has higher duration. Shredding Blades reduces cooldown. And then every third slash from this large ice coat. We get these probably to heal us, I would reckon, because of duration increase and then healing. And we get the Lightning Spear in the fire version, so... It's not a lightning skill. Vidvark? Yeah, we'll have to see what we do, you know? We'll probably have to put things in Flame Wall. Do we have to put things in Firewall to use Firewall? Or do we just have to get like 1 rank in it? Actually use it as an enchantment, probably. Oh no, actually we can do... You could do Incinerate, right? Because Incinerate says, after standing still for 5 seconds, summon a serpent that incinerates enemies. The thing is, like, I feel like this would only be good for the actual AFK version of the build, right? If you really want to do AFK, that doesn't make any sense to me. I have to see if that is even something I want to use when there's other options, right? Because it's like okay to have an AFK build, but I prefer to play my builds more active than AFK, you know? Okay, what? Well, Griff, like if you have unstable currents active, so here, right now you have the Blizzard be automatic cast. So you don't have to do anything anymore. So you get the enchantment, which is automatically going to cast your Blizzard, okay? Then you have Unstable Current that will also trigger your other shock skills, which is actually also the Blizzard. So I don't even have to do anything, but like here, these attacks are just happening. Now I could cast the Blizzard if I wanted to, but also things are just being cast for me without having to do anything. Right, I pretty much just have to like activate my cooldowns, or not even activate my cooldowns here, and then just like things are happening, you know? Kind of nifty, kind of interesting. Oh, we got the wild strikes too. 3 pieces actually. That's crazy, Chad. What do we have? 3 pieces of wild strikes because this is the set. So shock skills gain wild strikes, increasing their damage by a random amount. When wild strike grounds its maximum damage bonus, trigger a lightning bolt that repeats the damage and stuns enemies for 1 second. So now let's see. I have damage over time, a few pieces. Like, I don't have that much damage over time stuff because I destroyed most of it. Damage over. Sadly, I cannot put that on. See, that's a damage over time multiplier on an amulet. And I just kept that because what if I ever need this? Right? What if I ever need that? I have a ring with a damage over time multiplier as well. I have a glove with a damage over time multiplier. Yeah. I'm fucking ready for this, chat. Okay? I was born to make this work. Now, I don't think I kept a weapon, which is a problem. I have a sword. Sadly, I didn't keep like a 2-handed weapon with a great affix. That would have been too good to be true. What we now need, though, is we need a mace, right? Because I would need to make Orzaveins. I need to make Orzaveins, but I can't make Orzaveins. Get this amulet, but now the tricky part begins because you would have to reroll. I wonder if I would want to reroll the intelligence until I hit all skills. I know you can hit all skills, but I wonder if that would ever happen. Like, genuinely. But if it wasn't all skills, what else? For Blizzard, Mastery, I guess, or Shock. And I doubt that we'll ever hit that. It's not like that we actually need to hit it too, as the thing, right? Make sure you have life on hit to keep the berry up if we then play it that way. Sir. No one says we're playing it that way. Mastery skills. Mastery was that as well, right? Let's keep it for that right now. Then we have to reroll the physical damage multiplier, but we can reroll it like this, right? So that physical damage, we can now handishly reroll into... Yeah. Cool. I mean, that's a decent amulet, chat. Really, really decent amulet. What will we put on as a... I mean, I don't know if I have the Sork aspect, so I'm just gonna put Atchmaster on right now. I don't have anything Sork-wise going on, so it's just like 90% bonus damage. Then we have this ring that also has damage over time. So on that ring, we would have to get vulnerable damage. So I'm gonna remove. I don't like that he added intelligence to it. Core stat, reroll. Get higher. Choppy, get a C there. Choppy, howdy. Sork time. We're trying that Blizzard Sork thingy that I've heard many things about. And I've been now literally asked 400 times, Pony, what about that Sork? And I'm like, I don't know anything. Stop asking me. So I guess, you know, the time has come where we will have to look into this. And give a statement on what we got going on here. Vulnerable damage would be better, but I'm not getting vulnerable damage, and I'm running out of monies to roll. Oh, really not getting vulnerable damage. So those are some amazing pieces, though, already. And look at this glove here with also intelligence. I'm really loving these gloves here right now. Add another offensive one. Damn. 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 That's so good. Physical damage wouldn't work. For now, all damage. These are just like mental rolls that we're getting here. We need a Raiment of the Sea. Where's the Raiment coming from? Raiment from Roshan. Raiment of the Sea. For now. So the good thing. Oh wait, where does Orzavain come from? Orzavain comes from Enderiel. What are we gonna do there? Yeah, we're just gonna get an Orzavain like that. Or not. There's an Orzavain that was simple. Charm. Wait, doesn't it need to be an ancestral Orzavain to turn into... No! In order to craft a unique charm, it needs to be an ancestral Orzavain. Can you even get ancestrals from this? I always ask myself that. I've never gotten an ancestral from doing this, right? Can you even get one? And what we can do, we can just upgrade to mythic like an Orzavain and see what happens, huh?
Back to it then.
What damage over time though, because we're using Blizzard. Because it's sparking damage over second, and that's damage over time. Okay. It sounds a bit weird, but since it's sparking damage over a second, it's damage over time. Yeah. I mean, obviously, that's how it works because everything else would be silly. Right? Right? Surely. How are you doing? Very well, my friend. Enjoying ourselves tremendously. Now, what we need to do, though, is we need to get ourselves an Obel Reserve. Then we're going to cheese the system. So we pretty much did a Divine Lance Paladin today, in case you missed it. And the Divine Lance Paladin turned out to be an actual demon. It's like super fun to play. Super quick, zoomy. Pretty Charmer, are you running Bloodman Idol for maximum damage? Obo? 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 Not a single Obo Reserve has been found. Maybe the third one is going to be Obo Reserve, and then we can reset it, and reset it, and reset it. By the way, chat, I tried to fix my Diablo sounds a little bit. Does anyone notice if the game sounds sound a bit better than usual? Because usually Diablo sounds are extremely distorty for some reason. And I tinkered and twiddly-deed a bit around with my sound settings, trying to remove some of that distorty. What's Chris for you right now? Well, good to hear. I'm playing Barb the other day. I mean, Barb was weird, my friend. Weird times 10. Oh god, this dungeon is going to go on forever, chat. This is a forever dungeon. Very bus heavy result. Yeah, but even that should be better now. Even that should be better now. I did not rest. I twinkerly-deed and twiddly-dirked. Until we have something better. Hey, please include a skill rotation. I mean, every single build, my friend, has a video with a gameplay presentation where I pretty much show and walk you through how the build is working and supposed to be played. I'm not going to say I'm not going to add a skill rotation. I can do that. I'm just saying the video gives you adequate information to understand how to play the build. Don't make the same mistake as me as rolling 15k obolts before going to Torment 1. Never happened to me, ass. Never. I'm a professional. These things don't happen to me. Material reserve. Vials, but Obel Reserve. Let's go! Very lucky today, chat. Very lucky. Okay, let's see how quick this one is. The problem is this is a Nahantu dungeon. And Nahantu dungeons are notoriously annoying when it comes down to finding chests. Oh, we found 3 chests very early. That's good. That doesn't mean we're going to find any other chests anytime soon. That's 1 more. 4. Considering that there's 6 to 8 chests per dungeon, I'm going to try to find like 1 more and then just be happy about it. Yeah. And we're going to teleport out to the Overlook. Oh my goodness, let me teleport out! God. In der Garage. Also unten in der Garage. In den Tüten, die da auf dem Boden liegen. Are you playing the new PoE 1 league? No. No new PoE 1 league for me. I am absolutely not an enjoyer there. So I'll be skipping that one. I mean, I like the new mechanic, though. The all flame looks kind of cool. But it's just not my cup of tea. What class and spec is this? This is a paladin. Playing Divine Lands. In the Zealot version. So you create Divine Lands after images that you take with you and just pokety poke 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 opponents like you have no business. Very fun, very zoomy, and quite powerful for a paladin. Without needing absolute perfection when it comes down to items. So that's 7k already. So even with like adequate items, this is gonna work. Back again. A story by Bilbo Back. Now let's try to get like 25k so we can roll a good enough stuff. What are we doing here, by the way? We're doing the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation Reset Farm. As that is just the simplest way to get a certain resource as quick as possible. In this case, we're looking for obols. And it is so simple to just stack and stack and stack farm that. Especially when you have builds that are moving rather quickish around the area. I should have been happy with those chests. Look how long we've ran now without a single chest. Now that we have run so far already, there gotta be another chest here. Oh god, no. Pony, you should have been happy. Why can you never be happy? This is why we can't have nice things, chat. Oh, Kickstarter. This guy is so good. So we're sitting at 1,200 obols, and now we're sitting at 1,400 obols. Does the dungeon reset only work with the Overlook, or are you just using it because it's so close to the TP? It's so close to the TP. Right in the rock. What do you think is the max pit tier for this build if it's ready? I mean, this can do 120 already right now, Dennis. If you then push like better gloves, maximum rolled light rebuke that actually is really good and has like crit damage instead of strength. If you get a Ring of Starless Skies that doesn't have resource generation, we got like there's a few more vectors that we can improve, right? And we should be looking at like pit 125 to 130 maximum, if even. Because if you look at Paladin right now, I mean, 135 is the absolute top tier Paladin. With 130, you're in the top 10. So if you can clear 125, you're in the top 25. But if you can clear 120, you're already in the top 50 of all Paladins in the world, right? So 115 you can do with ease. 120 you can do with, you know, quite some grind. And then above 120 is possible, but not simple. So Mace, love your beard. I'm actually going to have to shave it off a bit today. Finally, time for the barber again after many, many centuries. So now we got our obolts. But we can't use our obolts yet because we need to actually move our... Hey, Diablo, stop that. We need to move ourselves into Torment tier first. Killing the planner. There's no planner yet. I'm sorry. Gesundheit. We pretty much made the build today and put everything together. And that's why I don't have a planner for you. Mercenaries. Did I forget to use my pale marks? Yeah, I forget to use my pale marks. See, like if you look at the Paladin can only do pit 120, right? But if you then see, oh god, that would actually mean top 50 in the world, then you're like, okay, cool. I guess top 50 is actually better than I thought it would be, right? So we got movement aspect cache, prodigy's ring, restock, salvage material, defensive, boss summoning, Chanta, resource. I'm just getting like item pieces here, you know? So we can pretty much move into the torment tiers. Actually, boots I can make. Let's see what I need in boots. Boots want to have evade charges. Do I have boots with evade charges? I kept some. Yeah, here. You know? I do have everything perfect for this build, chat. What can I say? What can I say? They were just waiting for me. And our only problem right now is the amount of money we have. So I actually have to go for some nifty gold farm. No, we need to hit the other movement speed. So we're zooming. Yes. And suddenly we're zooming. This is also how we make enemies vulnerable. Right? Oh, that reminds me. So one thing that we need to do now is... This is super stupid. But what you mean? So we need to go for my paladin. And since Hork can only have one single... Where's the vein is a maze, right? Orzavain is a unique mace. So Sork can only have one mace. There's no other mace unique that Sork has. So we're gonna make ourselves now a mace and then just give it to her. So Dennis, as soon as the planner is done, it will be linked in the YouTube VOD that comes from this stream. Okay. And as soon, and then a few days later, you will actually have the full video. Okay. Just so you know, this is how it goes on this channel.
Nice.
Step by step.
Hey, well done, you.
Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. So I have 40 hours on my Rain of Arrows rogue in multiple mythics, but I still can't kill tier 12 Lilith or Mephisto. Rain of Arrows is tricky because sometimes the cold just doesn't seem to explode as it should, Mike. I have to say my Rain of Arrows rogue can do Mephisto, but I dislike doing it on him, right? I prefer doing other characters Mephisto rather. Like, I really think for Mephisto, you should have a character that's just good for Mephisto, right? Sounds so silly, but it just actually makes sense. So put these 3 in, craft unique charm, and we have Orzavain. This one says, for each defensive skill not in your action bar, you deal increased damage and gain associated enchantment effect. This is actually pretty damn good to have, just like that. Right? Okay, now we can destroy all the other thingies. Actually, not true. Do we have ring damage over... Do I have another ring that helps me? No, we don't have another ring, so we're just going to equip any ring. And we're going to gain any... No, helmet. What kind of helmet are we using? And why wouldn't it be a Harlequin crest, technically? Right? Seems almost silly to not use a Harlequin crest. I mean, I barely have any helms. That's the problem, because I just never keep them. Because why would I keep a helm, right? Actually, remove... Add... Resistance. Remove resistance. Add resistance. Remove resistance. Add armor. That's not armor. And then reroll Sigil of Subversion. Focus reroll into Intelligence. As a higher Intelligence roll. Yeah. And go here. Take your life regeneration and reroll that into armor. I mean, you could also choose barrier generation if you wanted to. For the time being, right? And then maybe temper armor on. Because we couldn't get armor yet. And we'll probably need to get some armor. So I'll have to see about that. And... God, I'm going to go brogue trying to get shit together here, Chad. So the problem is we need a two-handed weapon. But where would we now get a two-handed weapon from? I guess the easiest way to... Oh, you know what? My Necro. That's actually true. We need a two-handed staff. So my... No, my Necro. Yeah. No, but like, see, I need to roll something with a greater affix. Preferable damage over time. But I also want a core... I want intelligence on it, right? So let's see how we can do that.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
I wonder if I even want to go for that Blizzard enchantment. So, two-handed staffs. Let's see. Staff? Where's two-handed staff? Two-handed axe, sword, mace, scythe. Can you not roll two-handed staffs? Because he cannot wield this. Druid could wield one. Shit. That's awkward. That's really, really awkward. It's fine. We can do it on Druid. It's not the best. We'll see. Jackass, thank you for the 19 months. Carries, thank you for the 115 months of subscription. Carries, that's almost the 10 years full. The 10 years, my friend. The absolute madness of that.
For that piece.
How much do GAs actually matter? Tons. When it comes down to survival, no GAs and you die. But can Druid not roll staffs? Also? No, yeah, Druid can roll staffs. I'm not blind.
Hey, it's Susie and very nice.
Oh, look, my Druid just rolled a great stuff of the Crone, because why wouldn't he? Okay, chat, here we get a willpower, maximum life, all damage multiplier. Because why wouldn't we? The problem is that the willpower is useless, obviously. Right? Do you know if you can trigger Earth Striker on the amulet? You can, yes. It's a Diabolus. But it's just rare, right? Staffs for Druid are different. Wait, you cannot put... Yeah, you cannot put that staff on. That's so weird. I was pretty sure you could. But you're right, you can't.
Oh, sorry.
That's so off-putting. Just queue for the willpower exchange. Yeah, but would that even allow me to put on the staff? Because it seems so weird that you can't. You can after the change. We'll see. Show me the money. No, it still says Druid only.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Reroll the weapon damage into critical strike damage multiplier. No, these are not the same. Huh, that's interesting. I mean, this is like a aspect. No, that aspect can is writhing. Writhing can work on both. Writhing works on both. Writhing is an actual aspect for Sork. But I'll show you. See, I can't even enchant it. I can do nothing with it. That's so weird. Oh, there's always something new to learn, Chad. Because that's like next level weirdness. But hey, it is what it is. Breathing. Conceded. Splintering, I don't think we have, but let's see. Nope. Well, let's just see out of interest with like half-cooked shit here. Spend our Paragon points still. And then see where we can jump into. I tell you, this one is going to take some work to properly get the way how I want it to. Right? Not going to be a simple walkthrough like with the other characters. That is the enchantment master, because we get all the enchantments, so it's kind of like worth it, right? I hate this board like with a passion because it's always weird. It's never like not weird, right? Like no matter which character you go for, this board will be shitty to fuck around with. And I absolutely hate that. I just want it to be very nice to work around with. And it's just not. An awkward, stupid, clunky board. It has always been. Why are you so awkward, clunky board? For now. That is into static surgery because this one says shock skills mana regen. Okay. Becoming more tanky. And then last but not least, we wanted to go out on the left side. That goes into the fundamental release. So how good is this now going to work out, ladies and gentlemen? What do we think? Okay, Torment 4. What has been your favorite class and build this season? Whirlwind Barb, sadly. Okay, we can teleport, then we can spam our shock, and it will... I say the actual cast of the Blizzard is weird. It's weird to have like a shock skill that is damage over time, right? So this is like damage over time actually, which is kind of funny to me. But I don't want to build this AFK style, if that makes sense. I would rather build this rather more offensive. So I already feel like that my enchantment is a dud, right? I mean, it's obviously working here in low torment tiers right now. And it's actually crazy because I almost did 1 billion damage there, chat. You know? Almost did 1 billion damage there. I mean, it's only Torment 4, nothing special, but that's not the point. So this is like a blizzard, in case you don't see this, chat. It's a blizzard. See, like, damage over time galore. It's so funny. I hope this amuses you as much as it does me. Right? Okay, we need Eliminator, Reinforce. We probably have Eliminator, right? Yeah, let's go. It's like, this is damage over time, chat. This is not... It's not crit damage. Oh, God, why? But why, chat? But why? Someone explained to me like I'm heavily mentally handicapped. So, like for real. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is that. First things first, let's put in our helmet.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you? A jewel plucked from the sky.
Two royals. Firewalls also damage over time. Makes sense. Okay, I don't want to use the... See, like, I find this one is, like, tasteful. Like, this says, Blizzard forms around you, over you, and follows you every 15 seconds down to 1.5. So if I had full barrier, I would just get more blizzards. It's interesting, but what does it really do for me? The same as, like, if I'm standing still, I'm getting this snake. But the incineration snake wouldn't do a single shitting thing for me. So I don't like that. So what would I rather do? I mean, these don't cost much mana, so that's not worth it. Absorbing correct energy has a chance. Each time I summon a conjuration that isn't a familiar, you have a chance to summon a familiar. Critical strikes from cast skills have a chance to spawn static lightning ball. Cast skill damage has up to a chance to draw a meteor. When there's just nothing good that I can put in here, right? Like, seriously. What is, there's nothing even remotely intriguing to do. I guess I could go for Fireball, Chad, if I wanted to. Want my damage over time effects have a chance to explode enemies. Right? According to AI, you can use X-Faults to make crit damage and crit chance useful for damage. No. X-Faults is not good. X-Faults is not good. I repeat. Ignore what the internet tries to tell you. X-Faults is a terrible, terrible thing to use. Because what happens right now is you're going to shock them, right? And then they're going to all explode. It's actually really funny. I'm not sure if that's in any way useful, but I kind of like the idea behind it. Okay, I need Barrier. Now, I could drink a healing potion to just get Barrier, Chad, as you see there. So I can see how the life on hit temerity came to be. Because I don't want to drink potions to, like, consistently get the Barrier up. I mean, so far, definitely interesting build because I can just, like, with all the evade charges and the cooldown, I can just go out and about, right? We're gonna see how that scales. And I also get to see, like, how much damage do we actually deal? And what is that? The crit damage we're now dealing is my... Do. Yeah. He just died. What the fuck? What the fuck, Chad? I need to turn on my normal damage so we actually see the damage over time, okay? Okay, we're Torment 6 already, ladies and gentlemen. If this scale right, this looks like a fast and smooth build. I mean, like, it will scale until Torment 10. Really simple. I don't think it won't, right? So they will do it good against until Torment 10. There's no questions asked. Yeah, it will. I mean, if you consider I don't even have an aspect on my weapon right now, correct? I don't have an aspect on my weapon, my friend. You know? We're kind of missing something here.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Hey, nice.
We need to get at least to 8. 8 is important. Your non-channeled shock skills deal 80% increased damage and have a chance to trigger themselves on cast. I mean, my storm skills are not channeled, correct? Right now? Can I use Storm Splitter? Storm? Can I use that? I mean, this is not a channel skill, right? So it's at least like 80% bonus damage right now. Okay, what do we need? A Paladin downtime for sort now? Yes. Yes. But more like Paladin video to come, obviously. Okay, what do we have? We have Rayman. We have the Blizzard duration. Blizzard duration is really important, right? Because Blizzard is active for a second, but this makes Blizzard active for 2 seconds. I finally understand why the Rayman is actually so important if you think about it. So how would we get Barrier, chat? There's an item called Temerity. Now, we have a Temerity here that has willpower. But I guess that's fine. I could just put it on, right? So what happens with the Temerity that has willpower is that if I now go into Torment 8, because why wouldn't we?
Come. Let us plan our next move.
Hit Pid, thank you. Weapon gems? Oh, yeah. We're gonna get everything, don't worry. So now, when we're like have life on hit on a single item, right? We always get Barrier. Now I don't have life on hit on a single item, but I could just put life on hit on one single item and always have Barrier. This is so weird. I'm really oddly enjoying this. Because it's just like something different, you know? Because you put down like your shock skill and then you just watch him die to damage over time. How is that not just funny? So don't worry, weapon gems, everything will be put on. Like as you notice, the first 8 tiers you can do on nothing. I mean, look at what we're wearing. We have no glove aspect. We have no gems here. We have masterwork stuff, right? We pretty much spend our 300 Paragon points because Paragon points are one of the biggest damage gainers, right? And you can just waltz a character into Torment 8, which is important because if your character then is Torment 8, they're getting more war plan experience. So you pretty much want to hit that as smoothly as possible. Since that is like obviously the best way how to scale your war plans. Then this is also why it's not annoying to make new characters, because like if you see, I do this one pit here right now and my pit war plan is already level 2, right? And then I do another pit and my pit war plan is almost level 3. No, we're not playing PoE 1. Sorry to disappoint you. Okay, now here, do. Do I need some attack speed to make this smoother? Dude, damage is crazy. Do I need some attack speed to make the damage smoother? That's the question. Okay, so the damage over time is already ticking for millions. Right? Easily, double-digit millions. Ooh. Okay. What can we do? So now we're gonna, here, we cleanse the pit, right? And like one pit activity is 81 XP. So that's like, vump. True. Can dot lucky hit? Yes, but the lucky hit of dot is spread out over the whole duration of the dot. Which means if I have 34% lucky hit chance, but it's a 2-second dot, then it's like divided by 2. Right?
Yeah, a legend. Nice.
Get a great affix one with maximum life. Gonna keep that. We're gonna remove the... Life on kill is... Life on kill is aggressive, right? Which is bullshit. No, is life on kill aggressive? What is life on kill is defensive. Right? This is the bullshit there. Damage over time multiplier. And intelligence. Cool. And then we're going to re-roll life on kill into life on hit. Into life on hit, life on hit, life on hit, life on hit. It can't be so hard to hit that. If I see life on kill one more time over life on hit, I'm throwing you out of the window, you stupid stuff. You made the wrong enemy. Life on hit. Okay, we're almost out of money, by the way. This is bad. This is bad, chat. We don't have the moolahs anymore.
Stones to cut.
Gotta farm some money on the other character again. I mean, it's not hard to farm the money, so that's the thingy, right?
Beautiful, no?
Seems some success here.
Taken apart, left it down.
Storm Splinter, Splinter Ring, Elemental, Elementalist, Elemental Fade. Do I have damage over time? Different one. We had Writhing already. Shock damage, something. Aspect of Arrogance. Yeah, I guess.
Fate must have
Something.
ancients watch over this.
Does this build go higher pits like 110? I mean, 110, 100%. How high, I cannot tell you because I simply don't know, my friend. I mean, we're just putting this together. See, now with life on hit, I pretty much just cast my skill. I have full barrier. And since I have full barrier, what's happening is that also the blizzard is being automatically cast around me. Why is that important? Because the more blizzards I have out, the more damage I'll deal. What I actually like is that the blizzards are existing in the location where I put them in. So I can put them in a location and actually already go further, right? Now, this feels a bit like our lightning build from last season. See, I just put them down and then I just move on, right? Very good. This is working. Beyond well. Which one are you using as a base? I'm looking at Voodie Joe's AFK Blizzard Sword that he made for hardcore, where his idea was to create a build that could pretty much AFK stand around in Helltide and farm. But I'm like, I don't care about that AFK part. I want a build that's like fun and zoomy to play. So we're pretty much taking the pattern of the Blizzard and we're just making our own thing out of this right now. Correct? But we're obviously working from his base idea, which means we're stealing it. We're stealing it, like, right? This is theft. Theft of the finest art. 100% theft, guys. Not a little bit theft, super theft. Yeah. So mastery skills have 30% more area is insane. Think about it, right? We're just like, hey, mastery skills, area. Fuck yeah. Then we got, what is it, Tactician, Adapt, Reinforce, and Exploit. Well, we don't have any of the others. No, we got Reinforced, actually. Reinforced is supposed to be in here. And that's a willpower stacker. That's so weird. Why would that be a willpower stacker? If you get the area up, you can just take these two and then you're done. It means Reinforced Adapt comes up in here. So that means dude, they're just covering the whole screen. Oh, that's so cool. Chat, that's so cool. They're covering the whole screen. Tried Firewall. I mean, Firewall is better. Like, there's no questions asked. Firewall is better, but that doesn't mean that this can't be good. They just get a 2 greater affix staff with weapon damage and all damage multipliers. Sadly, the weapon damage is useless for what we're doing here right now. We can kill that. Do you have a build guide for this? No. I mean, there's a build guide for the AFK version, but again, we're not playing the AFK version, right? We're playing our own thing. Okay, chat, we almost have the complete set together, which is actually insane when you think about it. Now, the question is, what skill ranks do I need? I need shock skills or mastery. Preferable shock, because that would also work rank-wise for our thingy. So that is frost skills. That is conjuration skills. So none of these is actually... See what we can get here easily. Oh, all stats, I'm going to take that. Shock skills. And that's then the lore again. I wanted to keep it, but shock skills win, right? Duration doesn't do it. It's mastery, shock, and core. I mean, honestly, I would just like be fine with whatever. Shock is obviously optimal, but if I get core, I get core. If I get mastery, I get mastery, and then I just don't like give a flying fart. I love when you have like these options, right? Because sometimes there's literally just one thing you can roll, and that's just terrible. I mean, not that I see mastery or core skills, right? I've seen frost skills now 8 times or something like that. That's mastery 3. It's better than the lore, technically. It's technically because I won anyways shock 3. Obsedi Spaghetti, that was the same one. What are you doing? We're rolling skill ranks, and then we're making a cool sword. Shock skills, fur. Let's go. Let's kill her. That's honestly, that's like so much stronger right away. So we're currently making a fun sword build. Because that's what you do. You make fun sword builds. Okay, let's keep the 100% damage over time for now. One also gets damage over time. You have to roll this in greater affix, but the thing is that I don't have the resources to roll right now everything in greater affix. Okay, Torment 8 again. Let's see how quick that goes. Let's see now with the improvements already, Chad. Look at the area. Chat, look at the area. What's happening? This is a blizzard build. Lightning blizzard. It's a minute. That's a minute for that dungeon. Feels a bit like my barb. My barb was also this quick when it comes down to like flying through dungeons early. So we can pretty much just jump into Torment 10 already. It's actually ridiculous. And when you can do Torment 8 in a minute, then you can do Torment 10. They were doing billions of damage, chat. There was 3 billion damage over time. 3 billion damage over time. And we're not even like we're nothing. We're absolutely nothing, chat. A nothing burger. And we're dealing 3 billion damage over time as a nothing burger. What uniques are you going to use? Raiment of the Sea and Temerity. Do you have a link for the Palace Spear build? No, sorry. We don't have a link to the Palace Spear build yet, as we still have to make that planner and everything. I am very sorry. We do not have this yet.
Back to it then.
That's the uncanny. And we need one more. Actually, we need 2 more. You know what we should do? We should speedrun a Undercity. Here, let's do a Tournament Aid, Tribute of the Horadric. And then we'll see. Honestly, I'm really happy how good this works out of the house. I didn't think it would work this well. Like base, but I'm wrong. Works that good base. And when the ultimate is up, we're just getting so many blizzards. It's just crazy. So we pretty much have unstable currents just for boss fighting. Right? We also have an Orzavain charm, because Orzavain gives us more damage for every defensive skill that we don't have in our skill bar. And since we don't have a single defensive skill in our skill bar, we actually get a lot of bonus damage. Now, what we could do is, as our amulet, we could, for example, use a Blood Mad Idol, which should actually work quite nicely for this. The only thing that I find quite clunky is the casting animation of Blizzard. Right? That is not smooth at all. I wonder if attack speed would help there. What's this build? So this is a damage over time Shock Sorg, who's putting down Blizzard as a damage over time skill, then extends the duration of the Blizzard because it's super short to pretty much shock enemies periodically over and over again. And we're using a set bonus that allows our shock skills to completely over-trigger. Here, this one. It says, like, shock skills gain wild strikes, where they deal 1 to 125% bonus damage. And that bonus damage can go up to 750%. So suddenly, your shock skill that you're then spamming at the opponent has a chance to just completely do some bonkers doodle dandy Andy damage. And I think that's kind of funny when you think about it. This is Sorg here right now. When upgrading items to Mythic, is it worth using? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you use an 850 item or a 900 item. The outcome will always be Ancestral. So now I'm going to activate this and and he's dead. So you get a 3 billion damage over time already. And that with the absolute shoddy equipment we have, Chad. That is not the set that we're looking for. This one looks fantastic. It does. And I think we're going to get it quite powerful. However, like, in order to get this now stronger, we need more money. Mercado, good to see you there. Isn't there a greater chance to get a GA Mythic using a 900 item over 850? No, all RNG. For Mythics, it doesn't matter. That is just RNG. Then there's a bit of RNG on top. And then after the RNG on top, there's like, they slather a bit more RNG juice on the tippity top of that. Because why wouldn't they? More RNG is 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 more RNG. Who doesn't like more RNG? Right? That would be different next season though, because there you can directly upgrade an item, so to Mythic, and I think it will matter if you then have an Ancestor one. Okay. So in case you missed it, this is the other build that we made today. The Divine Lance. Paladin. Faster! Faster! Speed! Momentum! Violence! Faster! Faster! More speed! Faster! Don't stop me now. Do, 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 do. Out of my way. What's so fast? Rally. We're rally stacking. It makes me super fast. Okay, gold reserve, ruby, amethyst. Actually, an amethyst reserve would be damage over time, but what would be better? Shock damage or damage over time? No, wait, amethyst is not damage over time anymore. Oh no! It's shadow damage. Having a good time, having a good time. Do, 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 do. So we need the final dungeon to be a gold reserve dungeon, chat. You know how it is. Because we're down to 400 million. So that means in the last 3 days, just to draw you a picture, in the last 3 days, we went through 3 billion gold to make many different builds. But it was worth it. We actually made many different builds. So it's not like that the money was all wasted and just willy-nilly thrown down the ditch, right? We did actually make good builds. Which makes me really happy that we have this farmed for infinite gold. Because if we now didn't have this farm for infinite gold, I'd have to RMT my way to gold. Yeah, but that's the truth. So luckily we have that. And then again, we're playing solo cell phone. So I can't even RMT myself to gold. Right. And imagine we didn't have this farm in solo cell phone currently. It would just be terrible. I couldn't make all these builds, right? But I just like it more in Soul Self-Found, so I refuse to not play in that. Our item drop rate's pretty good. Okay, please, chat. Please, everyone. Gold reserve. Gold reserve. Fuck. And out. Actually, that's a Topaz reserve. Well, it is not what I was looking for. Despite that. Why is Topaz reserve good? Because there is 270,000 Topaz fragments dropping from one of these. I don't even know how many fragments you need to craft yourself a bigger jewel. But it's just very easy to get that. Thorwind's meat dead now? No, absolutely not. Why would it be dead? There's a lot of people playing the game. There's just not much content to make, you know? There's a big difference between dead and just no content to cover. That makes sense. So yeah. I mean, I'm not playing Where Winds Meet because I have no content for it. I'm not playing Where Winds Meet because I don't like the game or it's suddenly a bad game. Gotta keep it real in that regard. And I'm end of the day a content creator. Need to make videos. There are no videos to make, brother. It is what it is, you know? Gotta be realistic about those things. As much as you sometimes want to be unrealistic. What's your funniest build this season? Probably this one here. It's so ridiculous that it works this well. Then again, you might have just missed the sort that we made. So that's like also plenty funny. Okay, see, we just went up to 67 million already, Chad. So we're getting there. Slight money gains. $18 million. Okay, that was Gold Reserve, Dungeon Ruptures, Vile Splendor. So Vile Splendor, by the way, doesn't work, Chad. That's one you can ignore. We wish it did work, but it sadly doesn't. What's Vile Splendor supposed to do? It's supposed to turn like minions golden, and then you kill those enemies, and they are then supposedly giving you more money. No, that doesn't work. It would be a shame if things would just work, right? What build is this? Divine Lance, Paladin. Torment 12 ready. Can kill Mephisto. Does pit 120. Which for Paladin is royalty. Oh no, this is the Bloodstone to Pedestal thingy. Oh god, no, this dungeon, I hate it so much. There's so much pain in this dungeon. I don't know why. It's just such a terrible dungeon. You go through the first part, and the second part is just awful. Awful. Because you gotta get 3 directions to get 3 Bloodstones to 3 times return to the middle. Oh. No. You've never seen the game so bugged? Ah, sir, you'll get used to it. The bugs are actually plenty tame this season around. There have been worse offenders with multiple infinite damage bugs. Multiple. Have you tried Shield Charge Paladin? Don't like the gameplay? Absolutely, like, abhorrent gameplay for me personally. So, no, I have not tried the Shield Charge, as I really do not want to Shield Charge around, right? Couldn't imagine going like, wee, 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 back and forth. He said that while he's just, like, slashing into his opponents with his spear, but I think that's different. First season of Spiritborn was insanely bugged. I mean, Spiritborn was so bugged that you could play whatever build you wanted on him and it was good. Like, this bred a lot of false Spiritborn experts. Because you could literally play the worst shit in the world and it would still be good due to a vicious shielding. Gold reserve, let's go. And that's just not how it should be, right? Oh, this dungeon, I had that before already one single time. It's actually pretty good for money farming because you only do the first part here, right? There's usually a lot of chests. Thing is that the first part is larger than in other, nightmare dungeons, so it's like also where most of the chests are going to be. See, that's 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. I don't have to engage with a single mob, pretty much. What is it you're doing? This is a Nightmare Dungeon escalation where you do 3 dungeons in a row and then at the end there's a boss going to be waiting for you. However, instead of doing all 3 dungeons in a row and then fighting the boss that is waiting for you, we're doing 2 of the dungeons. Then we end up in the 3rd dungeon. But instead of now finishing the 3rd dungeon, we are actually going to just get these chests that I picked up because these chests are called gold reserve chests. They give me actual good amounts of gold. Then we're going to depart the dungeon. If then the dudes let me depart the dungeon, because obviously everything in their mom does not want me to depart the dungeon. Oh, this is such a massive pain in the ass. And you just want to leave. You just want to leave. And then after you leave the dungeon, okay, you go in here. And then you teleport back in again. And now I did make around 110 million from that one dungeon. Or from those chests, right? And then another 100 million, another 100 million, another. So, like, I can do this now for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. And then we're sitting at billions of gold suddenly. And since my paladin is just all about moving here, right? I get 3 times rally. It gives me 200% movement speed, pretty much. Plus the jumping potential. I can just zoom through. And this one, Nightmare Dungeon, is particularly perfect for it. Because there's the first part of the dungeon and the second part of the dungeon is the boss. So there is like no other part of the dungeon where chests can be. So if there are chests, all the chests are going to be in here right now. There's no other location for these chests. So I just literally have to run this one. To get as much gold as possible. See, this was every chest that it had. Can be 6 of those, can be 8 of those. Stop fighting me. Stop fighting me. Please. For the love of God. And out again. I've tried the rogue bug build. Don't know what you're doing. Well, I'm not here to help you with that rogue bug because I find it very distasteful. He said while actually using a bug to get more loot that doesn't hurt anyone, that only gives me more fun. Right? Big difference, end of the day. But yeah. Rogue bug distasteful. It's sad that D4 is becoming a game centered around builds with bugs? It's not. And at the same time, this is a community problem. I mean, people want the strongest builds available. Usually bugs make builds stronger. So what happens, people play builds with bugs. Ta-da. So yeah, on the one hand, yes, it is sad. On the other hand, this is a completely self-made problem, scenario, issue, right? But it's also like kind of a non-issue because people that want to play bug builds will play bug builds. People that want to exploit will exploit, and people that don't want to, that won't. Right? Simple. The thing is, like, you have to understand that most people are too dumb to understand something is a bug. Now, I say that intentionally mean. So someone, like, a lot of people thought that last season, the Warlock build that did trillions of damage, clearly bugged. Clearly bugged. It had infinite Integra negative damage. And a lot of people thought that that's not, like, that's normal. Like, I literally get asked, Pony, they patched my character. Why? I don't understand. Clearly doing Pit 150 was completely normal. No, people didn't even understand it. It's like, this is the best build. It doesn't matter if it's a bug or not. Like, for them, that's just the best build. And they just want to play the best build, right? It's not perceived as a bug per se there. Oh, goodness. This was such a dumb one. How do I get your build right now? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? You can get it. I might have to do my Barbarian video first, but I might also do this one first and then do the Barbarian. We get, like, you know, 2 of these builds, like a Bleed Barb, and then we get this one here. How do you reset the dungeon? We have 2 videos on that, Jaka. The last 2 YouTube videos that we uploaded that are not the Necro Guide, there it is in-depth explained. You pretty much have to just get to the 3rd Nightmare Dungeon escalation. So Nightmare Dungeon escalation is 1 dungeon, then it's 2 dungeon, and then there's a 3rd dungeon. And the 3rd dungeon, which we're in right now, in the Nightmare Dungeon escalation, that 3rd dungeon can be reset. Okay? And in order to reset it, you simply need to teleport out and walk, and this is very important, walk into another dungeon. Okay? I'll demonstrate. We're finishing this one here as quick as we can. We're already sitting at 450 million gold again. So we started with this like 2 minutes ago, right? And we're already have like 400 million golds made. 2 minutes is a bit stretch, but you get it. Last one is missing here. There could be another 2 chests. There could be another 2 chests. Maybe just 1, but who knows? Leave me alone in my little bunker here. Okay, so now I teleported back to the Hidden Overlook, okay? Ginger, if you don't have the time and you want to just play what is the best and the strongest because you simply want to get the content done as fast as possible, right? Then it's obvious that you play the best build, right? Why would you grind a shitty character? Like, there is a place for these builds, right? Again, it's a self-made issue of the community, yes. But there's a reason why also people want to play bug builds. Because, again, they just want to have something strong and they want to save time. And they want to use their gaming time as meaningful as they can. So I totally understand that, right? You want to lock in, you want to be powerful. Like, if I was now, like, let's say I want to get done with the season and I only have like 1 or 2 hours of playtime, I would have probably started with Barb this season and then just went for that Whirlwind Barb, right? And had a good time. And after I'm done with the Whirlwind Barb and maybe have some more, like just make a fun build that is just interesting to go with. but use my Barb as a farming character. So I can totally see that. That's why I keep saying that these issues are non-issues, right? So that bug builds are dominating the leaderboard. That's shitty. But why would the casual player care about that? Like, the casual player doesn't care that a bugged build is dominating the leaderboard. He just wants to play something strong and fun. And if that coincidentally then ends up to be bugged, then, well, guess what? Unfortunate. I don't want to leave this dungeon behind. I got to do this now the next like 20 hours. I'll never get a this good dungeon again with a gold reserve, Chan. So like 600 million already. What rune are we using? Cry and Sir Cry. So use 3 skills and then Vortex. Use 3 skills, Vortex. Are you planning to play the network test of the Duskbloods? Don't you need a Switch for that? A Switch 2? Because I don't think it's available on Switch 1. I might be mistaken. I think with a Switch 1, I would probably play Duskbloods. But then I would have to take my Switch away from the children again. They wouldn't be amused, let me tell you that much. You do need a Switch 2? Yeah, I only have a Switch 1. I'm old school. Never saw the need to get the 2 when you have the 1. I mean, already having 1 Switch is too much investment in money. Let's be fair. Nintendo doesn't deserve that. But hey, they need more money for the lawsuit versus Pal World. This Torment 12, yabba dabba do, my friend. This is Torment 12. Paladin can do Torment 12, really simple. Not as easy as other characters, but simple enough. I might say so. I'm never gonna leave this dungeon. We made it! This build looks fun. It can kill Torment 12 Mephisto too. It's hard, but it can. So that is 700 million. What we're right now doing is we're going to have viewers. We're going to have the Paladin build probably ready tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we're going to have the Barb ready. And we're also working on a Sork. Plus, there is a Druid build coming. And we get a second Paladin build. So 2 Paladin builds. But I think we're going to work on the Zeal build a little bit more to actually use the Zeal Ultimate. Because I've seen a video today in the internet where someone was using the Zeal Ultimate instead of the Castle tech. And that was really cool. And I hope that we could actually replicate that as well. So I have to look into that. But it seems to be possible to use that. Can't seem to get past Torment 8. What class this? This is Druid. Paladin. Paladin definitely had a harder time to get to Torment 12 compared to the other classes, that's for sure. I mean, my Sork right now is like, I have a 30 minutes old Sork that has like the shittiest equipment in the world, and she could actually do Torment 10 already. Paladin couldn't do that. Here, let me just show you quickly. We made so much money. 800 million gold. Are we killing this right now? Because it's another gold infusion. And if you would respawn, that's even more. Let me leave this dungeon, please. They're not letting me leave the dungeon. I'm just trying to. Oh, I'm out. Does the map stay the same during the reset method? No, the map gets randomized every single time. Okay, so we're back to 800,000 gold, but we'll need to obviously make more. Just to show you now, like as a comparison. So this is my Sork here that we're currently building, and the Sork is pretty much like an hour old currently. I think maybe she made it to 2 hours at this point. We'll have to see. That's her. She's old, like 57 minutes. Okay, 57 minutes. We did Torment 8 already. Let's see if Torment 10 is actually possible. We might struggle slightly. We'll have to see, just for the shits and giggles. And we could do it already. Not as sovereign as we do Torment 8, but like you see this damage over time here? This actually ticking, right? This is damage over time. And it's ticking for the billions. So like here, this is 1.5 billion damage over time. Early. Like right on that 57-minute old character. You're like 4 billion, 4 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion. Do you feel this way is faster to make gold than farming boss legendary seals and selling them for 13 million? You can do that too. Back lane. They're just different ways to do things, right? So you could also just have all the boss loot turned into gold and then just spam bosses, and that also gives you a lot of gold. I could probably take my barb and just do that as well. So there's certainly, there's not just one method to make money. I like my gold reserve farm because it's just really relaxed, you know, just zooming through. The boss is always like with the respawning and everything. Also the night, like, so the Nightmare Dungeon escalation is just not good for gold farm. It's like good for everything. How can you play this build in your Sork? It's a different thingy. So it's not that build. It's my own way of playing this. So we're in the process of making something completely different out of it. Concept obviously of lightning damage over time though. So that one stays. We're gonna see how to make like the most out of this. But for not having my 5 set bonus and for being a 57-minute old character, I think we're doing fine, right, chat? You look at the damage over time now. That's billion, 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 billion. Here, 10 billion. He just had 10 billion damage over time happening, chat. See here, 3.6, 4.6. That's billions right now, but we're obviously planning to do more. So billions of damage over time already, right? But we don't have anything here upgraded, right? So there's so much more to get out of this. I hope you're excited, looking forward to that, because this is what we're gonna do tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So that was today with the Paladin and the Sork. Tomorrow, Sork and probably Druid, depending on how fast the Sork goes forward. Video tomorrow, probably Paladin, if not Barbarian, but then Barbarian the day after. Paladin, we do actually have 2 builds for you. It's going to be exciting. So shout out to you all for coming and watching. If you're interested in a Necro, we did actually upload a Torment 12 Mephisto possible Necro. That is quite fun and powerful. Like, it can actually kill that, right? If you haven't checked it out yet. I'll be back tomorrow for more. Shout out to all of you who have been here today. Don't forget to find your way back tomorrow. Until then, take care. Have a great good time.